you all? Oh, I can hear myself. Hang on. Oop. All right, that's better. I do not want to hear myself. Hello. Originally a Mac product? Probably. I've used it both on Mac and Windows. It just works really well. It's just super handy. One of the best features about Scrivener is that basically you can write out different chapters or different scenes in little text files, and then you can take them and you can move them around to reorganize where they fall in your overall outline. Hey! Oh no, the alert didn't go off. Zek, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold as a spectral summoner. Hello. Thank you for green for nature. That's fair. That's where we're at today. Oh, welcome back, General Kenobi. Also, hello, Roni. You're still not okay. Yeah, like I said, it really made me cry when I played it. It really made me cry. Yes, here, let me get that green. Bam. Now we green in here. Also, I think I forgot to set the lights myself, so thank you for doing that, in fact. You've heard it's a sad game. It's like a really, beautifully sad game. It's not, sad because it's, you know how some games are just, awful sad? It's not awful sad. It's, poignant sad. So, it's not, it makes you have feelings, but I wouldn't say that it's, one of those games that kind of just, drops you off somewhere and then leaves you with no aftercare. Oh, no worries. No worries, but also congratulations on your first paycheck coming up. That's exciting. You find a better help is getting a consultation from an awesome professional. Why? Funny you say that, Harvest. My writing consultations are open and available on Patreon. But yes, Scrivener is very useful. I would recommend it for really novels, screenplays. If you're writing a really long essay, it can be useful. There's so many unique features to Scrivener. I would recommend watching a tutorial, not because it's complicated, but just because there's so many cool things that are helpful with it. And so you can find a lot of them by exploring around, but also tutorializing it, you're just dang, this is good. Do I help with terrible writing blocks? Actually, yeah. Because writing blocks usually come from somewhere. There's for some reason there's this myth with writers that writer's blocks just happen on their own and are magical, and you have to wait until they leave. And in my experience, in my younger years, I used to believe that, but in my experience as I've gotten older and I've gotten to be a professional and I can't have writer's blocks anymore because that means I don't get paid, I've realized that writer's blocks all happen for a reason, and you can burrow down to find that reason relatively easily, I would say. It's one of those things that gets easier as you get more experience as a writer, you know? Are you enjoying Littlewood Mysterio? You write romance and you haven't been in a relationship in several months? I mean, the only reason that would affect you writing romance is if you're having a personal, there's something there with your relationship to your interpersonal relationships that you haven't explored, and that's impacting your writing usually. In my experience, that's usually it's a lot more psychological. It's either you haven't prepped enough for what you're trying to write, you're going through something emotionally that ties into the themes of the thing that you were trying to write before, and now you've lost your luster for the project because maybe you don't even believe in the thing that you were trying to argue before with what you were writing. Or you're going through something IRL that is leaking into how you're viewing the project or how you're feeling about yourself, or those kinds of things can create writing blocks. Hey, Zareka! Oh, thank you, Harvest. I'm glad. I am very, very happy that you feel you get your money's worth. That makes me happy. Maybe all of those? Well, that's what the consultations are for. The consultations are Maybe I should pitch them, because they're not consultations to help you with a specific piece of writing. I can do that, for sure, I can do that. But generally speaking, when I have consultations with people, what I want to do is kind of teach them, like I want to look at where they're at in their like writing path, and I want to help them like develop their skills. And sometimes that means developing your writing skills. Sometimes that means developing into other skills that you need for writing the particular story that you got. Sometimes that's interpersonal skills. Like there's a lot of different things that go into writing from my perspective. I'm like a really holistic kind of writer, I guess, myself. So yeah, there's a lot there. But generally speaking, like if somebody is paying me to help them with their writing, then my goal is not just to make the one piece of writing that they show me good. My goal is to help them build their fundamental skills as a writer, and to like provide them with lessons that I've learned over more than 10 years of like writing professionally, that hopefully like they don't have to go through the horror of actually learning themselves like I did. You can bypass that. Hi, Violet. Oh my god, you dislocated your finger playing a fighting game? Whoa. Ooh. How graphic or dark the story is when I read consultations. The only thing, I guess I would request a trigger list, and then depending on how intense the trigger list is, I can't see, like the only things that I can see really bothering me would be really bad faith, bad faith writing, but like, yeah, I would just want a content warning list. Oh, I see. I gotcha. I gotcha, Emmy. But yeah, how's everybody doing today? On this fine Tuesday. It's Tuesday! We are almost midway through the week. It's 8:17 a.m. early in the morning for Mysterio. Are you sleepy? You need some tea maybe to wake you up? Oh, I love yandere routes. I love yandere stories, although yeah, I'll say that it just depends on whether it's good faith or not, you know what I mean? I tend to really like yandere routes and stories because they just go places. They go places you don't ordinarily go. And that's fun for me. I just like, generally speaking, I like media that goes places. So today we're going to be playing Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town, and basically what we're going to be doing is making the farm look pretty, because I've almost basically beaten the like main plot, if you can say it, of the game, the like town development plot of the game, which is, in my opinion, probably the weakest part of like the whole game. Like, I'm glad they put it in there, but like it's pretty weak. But I've almost beaten that, so now I'm turning, and I've almost gotten all my tools up to gold, so now my attention is turning to, like, upgrading my house, upgrading my barns and my coops, making everything look pretty. That's where I'm at in the game. I'll probably, if you do end up deciding to sign up, Emmy, then we'll talk more about basically like what your goals would be for me looking at this, and like what your goals and hopes and dreams are, what you're wanting to get out of it, and then kind of go from there. My headphones, these are the WHX1000M3 from Sony. You can find it. I have an Amazon Blacksmith down below if you're on desktop, or you can click, I think, the top right corner on chat, and it will give you a link right to it. I bought mine refurbished, and they're the older versions now. There's like the XM4s out that they're like a little bit better, but not enough to entice me to spend another $200 on headphones. But yeah, that's what these are. I like them a lot. Have I picked a husband or wife yet? I haven't. If anything, what's happening over time is that I'm getting kind of more interested in more characters. So I'm kind of waiting to see more of their scenes, so that I'm hoping that'll help me narrow it down to see who's actually holding my interest. The one person I know for sure I'm not gonna, the two people I know for sure I'm not gonna date are Blair and Jack. I'm just not interested in them. $200 or poor ears, can't hear that. These are nice. So these are really, really nice headphones. Like they're technically like, these are like the cheapest nice headphones that you can get, basically, along with like, there's a Bose kind of version of this. And so they've got like noise canceling. They can run on like 30 hours of battery. If you plug it in for 5 minutes, I think you get like 5 hours of charge if you, like, it has a quick charge in case you run out of juice. While streaming, it's very useful. I'm just like, let me go plug these in for 5 minutes. 1 second. Yeah, they're very, very good. After a few hard events, you'll know who's your type. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm past the third. So there's not like, well, I guess the hard event, it's, hey, oh, Dawn! Thank you for having us start with a bang. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Look at them go. It's not as much hard events in this game, because every single character in the game, like, I think there are still hard events, but I don't think that you get to unlock them until you date. And also, you get a new event for every single character in the game, not just the bachelors and bachelorettes, for each heart. So I've already seen 3 events for most of the bachelors and bachelorettes, and it's just making me want to date them more. So like, it's not narrowing it down, but you know, like, Story of Seasons games, like, they don't really spice up, like, they don't really like show you the real spicy, like, this is what your partner's like when they're in love, until the later hard events. So I'm kind of like holding out to get to the later hard events, because I'm like, right now we're still in that whole like, we are friends, right? Like, kind of area in the relationships with all of these. I got to tell Ralph that I was interested in him, and he panicked. So that was fun. So yeah, still kind of trying to see, because it's not just about who they are as people. I also want to know how they'll deport themselves in a romantic context for me. Like, sometimes characters just are written in a way that I'm just like, I'm never gonna, like, when I date you, you get so like mushy in a way that I don't like, and I can't be around you 24/7 if this is what it's gonna be. Ralph is your second choice. He's up there. Ralph is like mid-tier for me. Hey, Holly. And hey, Space. I would say like, Iori is up there for me still. Bridget, surprisingly, so like, I was not interested in Bridget last stream. I got an event with Bridget. I'm interested in Bridget. She's really cute. Lynn's up there. Laura's up there. Ralph is mid-tier. What's his name? Duncan? Whatever the boy with the leather jacket, he's up there. So there's like a lot of people that I am considering. Damon, that's his name. Damon. He's got such cute character art. Ralph does? Yeah, Damon is third. And there's a couple of townspeople I'd totally date if they were available for me to smooch, but they're not available for me to smooch. There's a beauty. Man, HMDS cute. I do not strongly remember, because it was a remake of A Wonderful Life, so I didn't pay attention to the villagers, because I was like, I already know what's going on with these people, and I just like went around and farmed, so I don't remember much. Yeah, I date Misaki really fast. I date Beth. Yeah, man. I don't know why they don't let you date them. Don't know why they don't let you date them. It's a shame. It's a shame. But very excited to beautify the farm. As much as I can. I realized, somebody asked this question last time, about like, can you do anything to make your farm get less stuff appearing on it overnight? And the answer is putting down paths and like putting shit down all over your farm fixes that problem. So that's why we're beautifying the farm today. There's definitely some structural failures that you're gonna see when we go in there. Lots of stuff is symmetrical, not all of it is symmetrical. So we're just gonna do our best for the time being. It wasn't really a remake, it was more of an alternative universe to A Wonderful Life. I mean, it was so like in A Wonderful Life, if you had Friends of Mineral Town and you plugged it into your GameCube, you got to have the people in A Wonderful Life show up in Friends of Mineral Town. So like the crossing over of the different bachelors between Friends of Mineral Town and A Wonderful Life was already a thing. HMDS just like included them all in there and then added Sky and like the Harvest Goddess, I think, and I think the Witch. I think they added the Witch. So I mean, I played a lot of it. I played like 3 years of it because I cheated and I used the if you play the boys version of HMDS, there's a glitch in winter that gets you 9,999,999 gold. So I did that and I played like 3 years of the game because I just like slept all the way to winter and then I was like, gold everything, my farm is gold. It was very fun. It was very fun. It's like one of the most fun times I've ever had with the Harvest Moon game, actually. Who wants full symmetry? A Wonderful Life was fun. A Wonderful Life was so fun for the first year. I just really, like, I want to get in there. I want to get into Marvelous, and I want to be like, are you guys running out of, like, what is going on? Is it, like, budgeting? Is it time? Like, what's going on that, like, they clearly have such big aspirations for games. Like, they made A Wonderful Life take for fucking ever to actually be able to get through and beat. Like, it's so long. It's so long because like the first year of the game, right? The first year of the game in A Wonderful Life is 10 days. In this game, each minute is in real life is an hour and it goes by seconds. So, and it's a 24-hour clock. So in A Wonderful Life, when you go to sleep, your character just sleeps for 6 hours. They don't like, it's not like you can go to sleep at 9 p.m. and wake up at 6 p.m. Your character goes to sleep and wakes up at like 2 in the morning. So it takes a long time to get through things, and the first year of the game just has like spring, summer, fall, winter for 10 days, right? The second year of the game actually takes 3 years, and you have to go through 3 different years. That's the second like part of the game. There's 5 or 6 total parts of the game, and the number of years that you have to live through gets longer, and there's no events in them. There's no events. They pepper so many events through year 1, and then there's no events in any of the other games, and it takes fucking forever. So, I just like, clearly they had many ambitions, because like your kid grows up in A Wonderful Life, and you can raise your kid. They had so many ambitions, but then they didn't put in any real events throughout the rest of the game because did they run out of time or budget? I don't know. I want to know. Hi, Fuzzborn. Christmas movie is 100% associated for you. The Witch Princess, Harvest Goddess, Leia the Mermaid, and Kira the Sleeping Princess. And the special husband was... You get 4 special brides if you're a boy, but just the 1 if you're a girl. You can marry the special brides as best friends. Yeah. I remember the mermaid. Hey, She-Wolven. I never got around to actually marrying It's a Wonderful Life. So in the girl version, so Another Wonderful Life is the girl version. There were some cheats in the girl version where, spoiler alert, if you plug your GameCube controller into the 3rd slot on the GameCube and then you press start, you get 10,000 gil for every time you press start. And if you press the Z button on your controller, you get 99 of every single item in the game. So, I don't know why I'm so up to date on all the Harvest Moon cheats, but I definitely am. Hey, Grethian, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Oh, see? Oh, I'm glad, Fuzz. I'm glad to hear that your cat is acting pretty normal. Yeah, I do not believe... I say this optimistically as a game developer. I don't think they're going to be able to fix the lag. Harvest Moon games just have had a problem with the lag. I think it has to do with how they construct the interior programming of the game, and also they have too many objects on the screen at the same time. That's what's causing the lag. So I don't know that that'll actually get fixed from my like game designer opinion, but I am also very excited for the DLCs. Add some farm and animal. Yeah, they don't have any of the farm and animal festivals really, and I've just been like sitting here like, so the only animal festival I've had so far is the pet festival. Anyways, here, let's actually start playing the game instead of just talking about it. Let's go. There we are. Transition! There we go. I'm very excited. You're thinking about putting all of your makers on the 3rd level to keep, yeah. A narrative breakdown analysis stream? It's a game design stream. The Sheep Festival was always a favorite. So as you can see, I've started trying to organize my farm a little bit. It's still a little bit of a mess. I've just woken up on this day. Started laying down some pathways, but only just started. I reorganized kind of how everything works a little bit. So I put all my animals out here this time. That's where we're at. Do you play on Switch? I do. This is a Switch game. It's not game breaking. If you sit still for a minute. Yeah, same. Like, lag is not ideal, but for Story of Seasons, I don't really mind it as much as long as I can still play the game. Goodbye. Aw, thank you, Lotus. I've been very slowly working on it, but this stream is my chance to emphasize the farm itself. I also have a lot more animals now. So that's new. Haven't really experienced any lag yet. Can't wait till June. Oh, you're moving on top of everything else, Crethian? Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're going through so much, Crethian. Will the cute farm animals make you feel better? The brown cow is so cute. I agree. I also, so this little machine back here, this little machine is an auto fodder machine. So it automatically puts feed in the different coops, and you get that as you level up your farm skills. So I was like sitting here like, God, I hope there's gonna be an automatic feeder. And there is. They don't make chocolate milk in this game. Oh, got it, right. Landlord powers, got it. I'm sorry, Crethian. You have things planned? Good! Planning always makes me feel so much less stressed about things that I can't control. So I have a bunch of stuff in my inventory. I have been building up wood this whole time to get to the point where I can upgrade my house so that my house can stop looking like a boring little log cabin and it can start looking cute. And I finally have enough gold here. And I have enough supple lumber to upgrade the last of my tools. I'm gonna need the stone. All right, I'm gonna go upgrade my tools while I have the time at this juncture. Is that a robot chicken? Nah, it's a real chicken. It's a silky chicken. That helps so much, Kirthi. Whoa! Hello! Hello? 3 of some constructions and just 1 of the other things. I have a bunch of makers that I've stowed in a storage container because I just like I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Thank you for coming, Kara. Hey, Puff Pastry. During my 1,000-year slumber, I reverted to my child form. I am the spirit of this spring. This land was blessed by many spirits long ago, but it seems they are no longer here. Perhaps they yet sleep. Oh, was I wrong? Is there more plot? I was by the earth sprites. It was by the earth sprites' voices that I awoke once again. And all of you have awakened again.
And all of you have awakened
No. No, she's still speaking. Awakened again without issue.
We sure have! Kara woke us up. Kara's farm gives us lots of energy.
Thanks to your efforts, the earth sprites can frolic and play. You have taken good care of them, and for that I owe you my gratitude. I pray that you continue to look after them. Okay. Bye! Thanks. Thanks for that recognition moment, I guess. I think the tool...
Hey.
She's technically helping me out a lot, so I won't get upset at her. There we go! Yeah! Last tool is gold. Next up is orichalcum, but as you can see, upgrading to orichalcum might take a frickin' bit. It might take a gosh dang bit. This is endgame content, and I'm fine with having endgame goals. I have other things to focus on right now. Hi, Doherty! Probably to distance themselves a little bit more from Harvest Moon Violet. Because now that they're not calling themselves, like, Harvest Moon, it doesn't make sense to have a Harvest Goddess. Hey, thank you for the 100 biddies! May the force be with you as well.
Ooh.
Ooh. Why does it sound like the audio is doubling? Hang on. It is not. It just sounds that way to me. All right. I still haven't really given anybody any presents. When I play Harvest Moon games, my main goal is not to like befriend people and give them, like, my main goal is to maximize money earning potential and then upgrade everything as fast as I can because I really like having upgraded pretty farms. And giving presents to people comes after. In this game, it also seems pretty easy to raise people's affection just by talking with them. So, it's not bad. We just had the mushroom hunting festival happen. Hey, Mateo.
Yeah.
The nice thing about rainy days is that most people just stay exactly where the heck they are when it's a rainy day. So it takes a lot less to find everyone.
Yeah.
But you also have to go into every single house on a rainy day, so. I've gotten into this bad habit in this game where... Ooh, cutscene. Is it Emilio's? It's Emilio's! Hey there, Kara. I was just about to go surfing. Have you ever gone surfing before? I have, actually. Oh, really? Wasn't expecting that from a city slicker. Not to brag, but I'm kind of considered the best surfer in town. There really is no other feeling like it. Just rocking on the waves makes me feel like I've become a part of the ocean. Girl, I feel you. And when I take on a big wave, I feel like I'm a gust of wind. On the fishing boats, the winds are always keeping us on our toes, you know? I'm always worried about it. But when I surf, I can become it. Like I could fly anywhere in the world. So this is where you've been. Hey, Patricia. Did you have tea with Mama again today? I did, and she's not happy with you. She said she asked you to mend a net, but you haven't done a thing with it. Oh, jeez, that's right. I forgot. You better hurry home and get it done while you can. Manuela said she was dropping by the mayor's place on her way back, so it sounds like you still have some time. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Thanks for the heads up, Patricia. Guess we'll have to continue this some other time. Meow. Oh, is Emilio gonna teach you how to surf? Wow, I'm jealous. I'd love to learn myself. That little jig. Beach dude. He is beach dude. He's like, yeah, man, I'm chillaxing on the beach. He's like that, but I actually like the way that because I don't usually like their like beach dudes. I like Emilio though. Yeah, I forgot that you could do that, Violet. If you had a cat or a dog, you could do that. Hello.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I think I'm only up to... Am I up to even 4 hearts with anybody yet? Ooh, I'm getting up to 4 hearts. I've got a lot of 3 heart scenes to see. That's what this has told me. I'm gonna have a lot of 3 heart scenes. Everybody loves to read in this game, and they all read in the exact same posture. Is there anything on this wall? No, it's just literally a blank wall. He just has a chair that faces a blank wall. How very zen. I love when. Sorry, I thought Pumpkin was up to something suspicious. Very zen. Very zen. Hello.
Oh. Oh.
Welcome back. Also smart. Everyone's excited about mushrooms. I'm so close to being able. Actually, might I be able to upgrade my house now? I'm gonna go check. Might I be lucky enough? I didn't realize it, but decorating is probably gonna make the lag a lot more intense. Oh, I think I do. Ooh, I think I do. I'm gonna go ask for my house to get upgraded. I'm gonna hurry. I'm running out of time. Gotta get there before 6. I've been so excited to get my house upgraded because my house is so tiny and brown. Six in the evening.
Hello.
Hell yeah! Expand house? Hell yeah! Awesome! Cool! Expand it! Expand my house! Oh, awesome! I hope you enjoy it, Dawn. I hope you like it. Oh, just shit. Okay, it's just immediate. Damn. I would like to place some new furniture. I have so much furniture that's just stored right now. He wants to expand his? Can I get him to? That would be cool. Oh, it's so much cuter. I want to be big house owner. What do you mean small house owner? Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna make it in time, but I want to try to run over there so that I know what upgrading to the next level is gonna take. Yori's kind of cute. Like, I like his personality. I like his looks. Come on.
Hello.
Ha! Okay, so now I need supple lumber. Ooh, 60 durable? Ooh, and $100,000. 3 pets? Damn. Alright. What I always do, I take pictures of stuff like this so that I don't forget what the requirements are, because I will otherwise. I have lots of other things I want to expand right now. Oh, this one. Oh, I can do this one next. 20 bricks, 5 gold ingots. I can do this one next. I want that one next. Big barn. Needs gold. Ooh, needs so. Oh, I can expand my coop already. I should just go do that. Hey, Silverstreak, hello! How you been? Thank you for resubscribing. I really did make it just in time. Welcome back to the fold. An Animal Crossing house with 0 room on the outside and a bunch of room on the inside. Oh wait, hang on, come back. I wasn't done saying hi to everybody. Oh, do you come back in the evenings? I have like 0 friendship with her. The Good Harvest Moon series. I'm feeling very good about this. I'm liking this one a lot more than I liked Friends of Mineral Town, the remake. Hello. I like how everybody giggles. Same. It's also how I... Don't you all giggle that way? No. Anything? No one's back here. It's too late. Do you think he's in his house this time? Nah. Duh. This man, Iori, really likes mushrooms. That's what I've learned. Iori likes mushrooms, so I could probably just give him mushrooms, couldn't I? But I don't know if I want to. I don't know if he's the one for me. I would really like to get my silo upgraded. Yuri's very cute. Like that? Well, I left on the inhale, so we all know how that ends up going. Alright, back down here. Yeah. Seems like adding stuff to the ground is gonna make it a little bit wonky. Stardew Valley is 2D this. Stardew Valley based itself off of this game series, Mateo, so kind of. I'm excited for Coral Island as well. I hope that everything goes super well with its development. I just got burned on a different Kickstarter game that I wanted to do really well, but was bad. So I'm hoping, you know, I'm hoping that things will go better. So put the okra in there, ship the milk, ship. Alright, so I just need a certain kind of grass. I'll just bring all the grass with me next time. And then I could, I don't know, I guess I should maybe, I'll start, I guess I'll just take the durable lumber and I'll start processing the durable lumber because I know I'm gonna need stuff with that later on. Enjoy your lurk, Goof! Put this back in there and put this back in there. And then I'll take with me, no, I'm not gonna need the mirage grass. I'm gonna take with me just the other kinds of grass because I'm not sure which one I need. I didn't check. Alright, that's fine. The emerald tracker? I do not recognize it. I need to get one more of the brick makers, but then again, I'm not really using brick for that much. So far, paving stuff seems like it's gonna be a way to keep things from getting too much. My mom always told me when I was growing up not to be embarrassed of laughter because laughter is just you spreading joy to other people, so there's no reason to hold yourself back when you laugh. A very German perspective, but also one that I generally agree with now as an adult. Like, if you're gonna laugh, just laugh. Alright, let's go with another 99 or 91. You mean game plus the extra? Heck yeah, I also bought the extra. I bought the DLC before the game, before I even knew whether the game was any good though, so that just tells you where I'm at emotionally with this series. I very rarely do that. It's very obvious now that this is not symmetrical. But that's fine. I'll just pave all of this so that nothing can spawn on it. Feel free to stare. I know that this is gonna bother a lot of people. I can't move this over because you can't actually... So the only way that I would be able to do it is by moving this over. Which I guess I can. I can try. I can do that next time I'm... next season. Because I can't, because my plants are in the fucking ground. I'm not gonna fucking, do you know how much fucking seeds cost in this game? One seed is like 300 G. I'm like, I'm not paying that money. Only recently has it started to look like this. I also can't, like, there's not an extra 9 tiles, there's only 2 tiles up here. So, it looks awful. This looks awful, but whatever. Whatever. This will probably be the last tile that I put down on this side, just because I'm gonna need to redo it, I think. I think I'm gonna need to redo it once winter's up. They do not, although you can get a seed maker in this game and make more seeds that way. I have a lot of money at this point in the game, but also, like, I definitely spent like 40,000 G on those seeds, so I'm not about to uproot them for shits and giggles. Maybe I'll... Don't ask me, I'm just trying things. I think I went in and saw my animals already. Pumpkin? No. Hey, Kestrel. That's fair. Enjoy the game yourself. That's what I like to see. I just want all farming games to have so much support. In before my channel becomes exclusively Farming Games channel. Farming Games and Nancy Drew. Oh shit, it's 2 a.m. It didn't look that dark. It didn't look like it was that dark. Okay? And the occasional Final Fantasy. Ooh! That sounds nice, Mysterio! Oh yeah, I have a new house! I haven't even looked at it. What else area? Is this the whole area I can decorate? I gotta go get my decorative stuff out so that I can decorate stuff. Okay, hopefully that was just an internet error. Hi! Probably an internet error. It was raining yesterday, so now there's all these puddles everywhere. What I'm seeing is that if you cover your farm up, they'll just find different spots to consolidate all the crud. I do not know that, Emmy. Nah. I have had no success with getting anybody to hang out with me on event days. I've had 0 success there. Oh, you do have to water the fodder. That stinks. I didn't want to have to water things all the way over here. In some Harvest Moon games, fodder grows automatically, and I like it when that happens. Oh, what's happening now?
Thanks for purifying the water in the lake. I'll guide you to a place you might like.
What the fuck?
My friend will lead the way.
Okay, whatever you say. Fucking YOLO! Girl, I would never. I am afraid of falling.
Over here. Since you like clean water, I bet you'll love this place. There's lots of dirty water here.
Hey, Jail. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna need so much stuff. Oh, you could probably fish out here. Okay. Wow! The game's unlocking more stuff over time. I'm liking that, right? I'm liking how much more stuff is being unlocked over time. It's making me feel, like, excited to keep playing, because I was worried... I'm almost done with the town development project, so I was worried that I was... Oh my god, when did I get a little dog? Have I had a little dog this whole time? Probably. No, I just fill it, damn it. I wanted to make an orchard over here, and I did it before I knew how many trees there were in this game. So there's literally no room for new trees in my orchard area at this point. So I hope there's no new trees, but there might be. Alright. Just gotta organize. There's so much stuff everywhere. Just gotta organize it all. Oh wait, no, I wanted the silver back. Give me back the silver. You can take that though. You can take that for now. Yeah. Alright, let me go ask him to upgrade my coop so that I don't have to carry this much grass on me. Oh, what a cute little chicken! Asleep. A little chicken asleep. Sorry.
I like the chickens. I like the chickens.
I don't know how many animals there are in this game, and I don't want to know. So I'm not sure like how big I need to expand everything out in order to have one of everything. Fuck! Wait, what kind of lumber was that? Solid lumber. I think I have that. Goodbye. I got that recently. It took for freaking ever. I mean, it's nice that they give you something to travel around quickly with. Do I have 10 solid lumber? Is that you? I do. Perfect. Let's go. I feel like I'm gonna need so much more lumber makers, and I've just been avoiding getting more lumber makers. But you need so much lumber in this game. Alright, I guess that's done with. No ceremony.
Hello.
I just saw a lot of people, so I'm gonna go around talking to the people who are outside today. It's a sunny day. Victor just popped into existence there for a second. I wonder what I would do if I lived in a town that was this small. Like, sometimes I miss it. I don't think that I'm a big city person in my heart. I just don't think that I care. Hey, Obi-Wan. I would much rather prefer to have, like, more silence around me and, like, more sounds of nature and, like, a smaller community of people where I know a lot of people. I think I'm a... Guess who moved? Oh! Do you like your new place? Oh, what the fuck? I bought a big coop? I thought I traded out... What? Hang on, wait. I gotta go replace my coop? Okay. How big is this big coop? Is it gonna mess up my aesthetic? Don't mess up my aesthetic. Can I not put this here because of the... Because the chicken is there? Get out of the way. I smash you. Okay, let's see. How's that? Okay. I will rename it. I will name it after the old facility. Oh my god, it's huge. It's huge! Look at it! Aw, that's great! Okay, what is this? Oh, it's for breeding. Okay, I guess I can breed them on my own now? Is that what's happening, or no? Okay, what about over here? Can I grow? No. No, okay. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, these games always do Zareka. When did... Alright, I'm gonna make a trip to the museum tomorrow. I hate these... I hate these water puddles. I hate the water puddles. Oh, to purple! Purple it now is. I hope that you can see that. My lights are, my, like, computer lights are just yellow, so I can't tell if any of the colors are showing up appropriately. It's a nice purple. Nice. Purple for personality. Oh wait, I need more water. Can I get this from like the ocean? Probably not, huh? I gotta get it from a well. Nice. Go all the way over here. Gotta go buy myself another well. Because you have personality. Oh god, I haven't taken care of all my pets. I mean animals. Hello. Don't mind me, I'm getting there. Nobody go inside. Everybody wants brushes today. Too much stuff. If there's one thing that I wish that this game would do, I wish that it would let me have even more bag space. I've got the biggest bag and I just... Ooh, Milk Plus. It's the first time we got Milk Plus. Damn it. Alright. The cows are so friend-shaped. They are. They are. Okay. You. I guess you. I don't know. Okay, I don't need, like, most of the stuff in my inventory at this moment. Take you guys out so I can put you in. And put you in. Fuck. I really gotta go to the museum. Tell him you love him. Okay. I will tell Fred. Enjoy your dinner, Dawn. All right. Ugh, there we go. Now I still gotta go around and just scoop up all this water so I can go to the museum tomorrow. I will say that the water scooping sound effect is like way louder than it needs to be. Way louder. Hey, Effencoeur. Alright, let's check up here for more puddles. Always with the puddles, never stopping with the puddles. This is how you become a master drainer so fast. You just hate puddles with a passion. Are there more of you waiting? Lurking? Yeah. There's 2 more of you. There's 3 more of you! Oh my god! I might actually have to eat the omelet I've been carrying around in my inventory for like 3 weeks. This is fine. I hate the buckets and the ponds. This is with the golden bucket too. It's still taking so long. Okay, the music is definitely like repeating for me. Did I open up 2 windows of this game? Is that what's happening? No. I'm definitely just hearing two musics though. I'll say, I don't really like the fall music. I really wanted to like the fall music. I was excited for the fall music. I do not like the fall music that much though. Are you guys hearing 2 of the music? Or is that just me? It seemed to happen while I was... You're only hearing 1? I haven't the foggiest. I haven't the foggiest what is causing this. That's fine. I'm going straight to the museum tomorrow. I can't. This is too much. This is too much stuff taking up my space. Look at all this stuff I gotta drop off at the freaking museum. I don't even have... I have more than an entire inventory's worth, I swear to God. Alright, I'm going to sleep. I'm hoping the audio... I mean... How are we doing? How are we doing now? I'm still hearing 2! Okay, hang on. I'm gonna turn off my Switch. And then turn it back on, see if that makes it better. Nope. Well, that's probably just gotta do with the capture then. Alright, we're going straight over to the frickin' museum. Forget this. Forget this inventory. I've got so much stuff. I'm sorry, Emmy! I won't repeat any events with any other people. Okay, I can't. I can't listen to the... I can't listen to the music playing double. Oh, when is the museum open? It's okay, I only explained that one event. Well, but does it go away if I... That doesn't fix it. That doesn't fix it. Man, I cannot figure out why this is happening. Maybe restarting the game would help, but you guys say that you aren't hearing any double music, so...
Wow!
Here, actually, let me see if, let me see if I hear it twice. Yeah, I just hear everything twice while capturing, so it must be a function of the of Zek's capture card, I guess. All right, this is gonna take us a while.
Oh.
So has anything exciting happened to anybody this week?
Oh.
I don't know, Emmy.
Oh.
My assumption was that they did not intend.
Oh.
My assumption was that there was no intention there.
Oh.
Still super excited about moving, kind of.
Oh.
Excited to be in the place, not excited to get to the place. That's always how moving goes.
Oh.
Well, that's usually how moving goes.
Oh.
There's a lot of people. Krethian is also moving soon. There's a lot of people. Project Winter? What's Project Winter?
Oh. Oh.
Oh, nice. It's like Among Us.
Oh.
It's spring today. Yeah, it's been like raining a lot in Seattle, but I'm excited to see the few days of sun that we get. I remember like after I moved to Seattle, I looked at like how many days of sun we get up here on average, and we get 54 less sunny days than like on average the rest of America does, and I was like, forget this.
Oh.
So I'm excited to see the sun.
Oh.
Dang. That's it. Did you move like far away? Did you?
Oh.
I'm not trying to get you to reveal your location or anything. I decided to get Monster Hunter Rise instead. That's fair. That's fair. This is definitely more my style of game than Monster Hunter is, I think.
Oh.
And only make it rain at night? I like rain during the day.
Oh.
Oh, finally. Cross the bridge.
Hello.
Whoops. I don't want to give you any of my photos. Give you... I didn't even get anything good! Goodbye. Did I already talk to you guys? I did. Get out of here! No! I like rain way too much. Well, I mean, I think it's just the Seattle way. People here in Seattle, we just go walk outside during the rain. People in Seattle don't give a shit. It just rains so much, people just walk out in the rain all the time. We're very used to it. That's why, like, the joke is that you know who is a new transplant to Seattle because they are taking an umbrella around with them. People in Seattle don't use umbrellas, and they feel very special about that fact. Ooh, some coal, some mushrooms? What was that? What was that? What is that? A mushroom maker? A spore maker! I see. And they just all carry umbrella. How many of those people are actual Londonites, though? Ask a person from London. They'll fucking tell you. Hi, NBZ. Well, in Seattle, it doesn't rain a lot. It kind of like mists. Like, Seattle doesn't often have rain. Like, that's the thing that I didn't know about Seattle. Like, everyone was like, oh, if you like rain, you'll be really happy here. But they didn't tell me that what they meant by rain was just fucking mist in the air. That's not rain. That's not rain. That's mist in the air. It's not the same thing. I like rain. I don't like mist in the air. What the fuck? So, I was lied to. I was cheated and lied to. Alright, let me see. Let's get some of the furniture I was given out here. Like his shoes. Okay, let's see where I can put these. What, so I can't put things on my small table? Why even have a small table? My God. I gotta expand my house even bigger just to have enough space to show all my freaking trophies. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the tree in my inventory. The money tree? I'm sorry, what? It's called a money tree? Well, that's rad. Hell yeah, money tree. I mean, nobody uses umbrellas here? Like, yeah, I personally use cars to go everywhere, but like literally nobody uses umbrellas. Not in Seattle and not in any of the surrounding suburban areas. Like, I cannot tell you the last time I've seen an umbrella like legitimately in use by a real person. I can't tell you the last time that happened here that I've seen. I just haven't seen it. So, it's all over the place, and we don't actually have a good public transit system in Seattle, so the people who walk have to, like, walk. Because we basically just don't have public transit. Our public transit... We have buses. We have buses, and then we have a light rail, but if you're not a tourist, then basically the light rail is not for you. Nope, this is the wrong one. You all go in here. We wear hoodies, you put your hood up when it rains. That's what you do. You took buses in Seattle and they were fine. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. God, yeah. I hope that someday America invests in its transportation. Maybe when Biden reveals the infrastructure bill, maybe there will be funding there for fucking public transit. That would be great. A girl can dream. Yeah, no, just America generally struggles with buses. The town that I'm from had about 50,000 people, and we weren't allowed to get a bus system unless we were over 50,000 people throughout the entirety of the year, which we were only over 50,000 people when students, like university students, were in town. So because we dipped slightly below 50,000, like we were well above 50,000, but we dipped slightly below 50,000 when students went on like break, and so they just didn't let us have a public transit system. Despite the fact that like people wanted it and needed it. And they were like, nah. Nah. You think I'm starting to go why? Why? What have I done that makes you think I'm It's not what you called great, but it's best in class on this continent. Damn straight, it's not like we're giving you any run for your money. Kansas City has a huge transit system. I've never used Kansas City's transit system myself. I just know that there's traffic. My family, like, whenever I go back to Kansas City and we're like driving around, my parents are like, God, we gotta avoid traffic. Make sure, no, you don't go now. It's during rush hour. And we like go out and I'm like, lol, yeah, it sure is traffic here. People are wild. It's so unsafe to drive here in Kansas City. I'm like, have you ever been in the fucking city of Seattle during the lunch or dinner rush and trying to get out? It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's so stressful. And on top of it, Seattle has those like San Francisco hills where you're like, for some reason they decided to put the stoplight right here and you're on the hill like this. And like when it's time to go, you have to let go of your brake and you start sliding into the car behind you, which is bumper to bumper traffic because everybody's like, I hate it. I hate it. Anyways, driving in Kansas is not the same, except for the fact that now I've been around like cities and lights so often that I have a hard time driving in Kansas on like the interstate because there's no lights, because it just gets so dark and it's like very, very oppressively dark. And I used to be able to drive that kind of thing really just like perfectly fine, but now I'm just like weirded out by it. But Minneapolis, everyone hates each other? I've always heard that Minneapolis is nice, but in Minnesota, everybody's really mean. That's always what I've heard. And I've been to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I really liked it there during the time that during the like week or two that I was performing there. The traffic is in India, yeah, damn straight it is. Damn straight it is. Damn straight, Mysterio. Oh, I would not drive it. I would not drive anywhere near LA. I have been, Ruby, hi! Everybody, if you haven't checked out Project Ruby recently, you really, really should. There's lots of great stuff going on over at Ruby's place. Well, hang on. Ruby's about to post a review of my favorite K-drama ever on their Patreon, so just saying. Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. Lexington has an awful bus system for a city of this side. What was I gonna say? Oh, Mysterio. I haven't experienced the traffic system in India. However, I have been to Vietnam, and from what I understand, the traffic systems in Vietnam and India are kind of similar in that it's just like free for all, everyone for themselves, everybody weaving in and out and all up around each other. Like people got their hey, gimme, thank you. People have their little like bike, their little like mopeds, and they're like weaving in and out and around traffic and ignoring traffic lights, and it was very I didn't drive in it myself, but I rode on the back of a motorcycle that somebody that a Vietnamese person who like knows how to drive in Vietnam was driving me around, and it was awesome. It was awesome. I wish that instead of everyone having cars, we got bikes going here, because like driving around on a little moped makes a lot of sense. Is it also your first one? Maybe so. It's fine. I'm sure it'll stay your favorite. COVID ends, but the lower traffic levels live on. What a dream. The traffic's already back here in Seattle. Like, I'm not in Seattle, I'm in a suburb of Seattle, but I leave my therapy appointments basically about the time that the Friday, because like in Seattle, like rush hour, depending on where you are, starts like from like 3 to 8 o'clock. But on Fridays, rush hour fucking starts so early. People are like, it's 2 p.m., I'm getting out of work, I'm going home. And then it just like stays for hours. Like Friday traffic is the worst. We got some foldies in Texas, so some people believe in the pandemic. Welcome back, Dawn. I'm gonna put the spore maker away. I don't know what to do with it. I'm gonna go get one of my suction pumps. Friday is a rush day, not rush hour. Yeah, it's really like I've become an extremely aggressive driver because I've just driven around Seattle enough. Thank God, I've never had to work in the city of Seattle, but I have had to work in like cities that have huge major traffic crunches. So like Redmond, for example. Redmond is where Microsoft and Nintendo and a bunch of other tech companies are. So there's a huge traffic crunch. Just like basically all up and down the highway outside of Seattle. Even if you're not in Seattle, there's nonstop just traffic crunches everywhere because all of the cities nearby also have really big important companies too. And I've become such a ridiculously aggressive driver because nobody gives a shit here. It's not like in Kansas where people generally speaking would be nice and would let you merge and shit like that. Here, you have to like merge in between people bumper to bumper because they're not letting you in and you're about to crash into somebody. Like that's the kind of shit. And I'm sure that's the same for like most city driving, but it's just like, I miss not the city. Tulsa, Oklahoma is awful. A major commuter. See that, like, I and so many in America would love better transport systems, but nobody invests in them. It's fine. I'm sure this one suction pump will get it all done. Easy. I haven't actually checked in on these little guys in a while. Oh. So cute. Their home is so warm and nautical themed. Like, I feel like if I worked on a boat, I wouldn't want to come home and then also see boat everywhere, but that's just me. Then again, I'm a game developer and I play games for part-time and then I play games to relax, so I'm a liar. I'm a liar. Yeah, yep. That sounds about right. People just, yeah. Point being, I feel like I don't like the city, but I also feel like I, don't really like not the city either, so don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Thanks, Franz. Is there something like useful that I can... No, yeah, they don't want to fund it because it's too expensive and it's pointless and like blah blah blah.
I'll support you.
Right. Bamboo shoot? Hey, aw, Dawn! Thank you for gifting a sub to Lily. Lily, welcome back to the fold. Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, so the reason why, so I highly recommend, actually, if you're interested in why America doesn't have public transit and like why that's such a big deal for us, I highly recommend checking out the channel City Beautiful. It's run by a city planner, and like it's just a guy who explains kind of how city planning works and why cities in America are the way they are and how they've developed that way historically and like different ways that you can plan cities, and like it's really, really cool. I'm a nerd, but anyways, basically the reason that we don't have a lot of public transit systems in the US is because compared to Europe, and I'm not sure about Canada, but compared to Europe, basically we were developing our towns and cities at the same time as we were getting cars, so we just built everything for cars, and there was like a major funding push by the government to subsidize cars and to make things work this way, and that's why we got suburbs the way we do. That's why we have these large interstate sprawls. Like that's why everything is like this, is because we just built America around the car like fools, and like as cities grew bigger, land was cheaper on the outside of the cities, right? And cars enabled it to be possible for you to buy land on the edge of a city and build a house there and then commute to work. And so that's what happened for every single city in America. And so there's no real efficient way to have a bunch of subway stops go out to like the suburbs, because houses are so big generally in the suburbs that like it's no longer economical to have a bunch of subway stops to serve like the 50 people in one neighborhood compared to like within the city, where you'd actually have like thousands of people who would use that subway stop instead of like the 50 people in 50 houses. We did this to ourselves. You meant more conservative in how you sprawled, not politically, huh? Very similar to you, but more conservative in the sprawl. Major tunnels built too short to support buses. More liberal than America, but like, as you'll hear from any European, more liberal than America is not really saying much. It's not hard. As every single person who is European will definitely tell you 30 times. Alright, bye guys. Yeah. Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna sell. Oh no, I'm out of... Why did they do this? Why did they make this shipping bin so small? Now I've just got all this stuff in my freaking... Man, I don't want to put this all... of course tomorrow is the day that the... Alright, listen. We're gonna put you and you and you in here. I'm gonna pick up the bamboo shoot and put it in here. Just like thinking about America as I'm just like, oh, Dawn. And Dawn has also gifted us up to Markichin. Markichin, welcome back to the fold as well, Dawn. Thank you again. Chase, isn't your conservative party less conservative than ours, or was I told wrong? Huh? Whoa! Oh, holy hell! Hang on! You gifted 6 months? Dawn! You gifted 6 months to Lily and... Oh, I didn't even see that! Oh, thank you, Dawn! That's so generous! Looking out for your friends? Damn! Damn, Dawn. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Zach. I normally don't even read that, but I forgot that Twitch changed it so you can do it that way now. Wow. That's some good looking out. All right. Economically conservative. Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty much what I hear, just generally speaking, from countries that aren't America. Everyone's like, yeah, you're conservatives or something else. Trying to beat a seaside in Celeste. But yeah, you don't need to feel the need to change the topic, Yellow Ring. I'm technically the one who's in charge of what the topics are, so. I have no idea. Oh shit, there's a lot of muscles. I have no idea what a seaside even is. Is it like a technique? But definitely I recommend. You're currently on the Haunted Mansion level? You're also turbo late. Welcome in, Glacier. I started stream on time too. I've been doing a good job of actually starting the stream actually on time. It's been going very well. Working on damn muscles. A double remixed version. Oh god. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Woof. Got it. The kind of thing that I would never do, but the kind of thing that like Zek or Todd would really like to do.
I'll support you.
Dawn! And Dawn has also gifted 6 months of subs to Yellow Ring. Yellow Ring. Welcome back to the fold forever. Thank you, Dawn. A Celeste conversation? Definitely people are talking about it in chat. I actually haven't played Celeste yet, and I'm still wanting to. So please feel free to chat about it as long as you don't include spoilers. I'm going to. Celeste is very good. I just don't like platformers. I don't like platformers, but I know Celeste is an amazing game. I've heard a lot about it. I know that I'm gonna like it. I don't like platformers. Hang on, did I? But you know you'll be playing it eventually. Relatable. I have it. I really don't like platformers. I just really don't like it. It doesn't like satisfy the... It doesn't like... You know some people... You know how different gameplay loops give you that really nice satisfying feeling? I feel like people with platformers get that, and I just don't have that. I think like platformers are one of those... I mean, all game types are this to an extent, but platformers are like it where... If you started playing platformers when you were young and then you got good at them when you were young, they're really fun to play as an adult because you have like a lot of control and you can jump wherever you want to go. You know what I mean? Whereas for me, like, back when I still lived with Jeff, he made a bunch of levels in Mario Maker and he tried to show them to me so that I could play through them. And he had made like just a group of platforms leading up to the top of as the start of the level, just like 3 platforms you were supposed to jump on to get to the start of the level, and I spent like 20 minutes and I couldn't even get to the start of where he had built the level. I couldn't even get there because I just kept falling off because I have no real familiarity with platformers. So I feel like just kind of like, you know, like you need to kind of study to get good at first-person shooters, you need to kind of study to get good at a MOBA. I feel like platformers are that same way. I just haven't developed any of the abilities for them. I never invested in that as a child. I was never interested in that. So they're mostly frustrating instead of fun. Some of the modern ultra difficult ones are too much. It's not your type of instant gratification. Yeah. I just like, for me, the gameplay loop of, I think the gameplay loop of platformers is supposed to be about like one part exploration and one part maybe challenging yourself to get, like, it's a lot about like reflexes, right? Or am I wrong? I don't even fully understand the appeal, like what is supposed to be the people who like, whoa! Dawn! Oh, Dawn! Dawn has gifted 10 subs to the community. So welcome to the fold, Valinov, Effencour, Scarlet Rosea, She-Wolven, Hems and Haws, Warrior Wiki, iHusky, Counter Effect 3, Aerial Reavers, and Kingrad Adventures. Dawn's out on the prowl. Dawn is out here looking for people to be generous to. Beware. Thank you, Dawn. Reflexes, exploration, and finishing the level. Thank you, Dawn. What is it, if you enjoy platformers, what is it about them that that makes you enjoy them? Like, what is it that you do that gives you the satisfied feeling?
I'll support you.
Dawn! And Dawn has also gifted a sub to Mateo. Mateo, welcome back to the fold. Dawn is going for it hard. If it were possible to get a hype train all by yourself, Dawn would have done it by now. Depends on the platformer. Completion, figuring out how to, the best way, a faster time. I see. Exploration, but you always bonked into limits in your skill level. Oh. Dawn's just out here like, I feel like I don't actually enjoy games that, I don't know, because whenever I think of platformers, I think about how I didn't like Dark Souls, or I thought I wouldn't like Dark Souls, but then I ended up really, really liking Dark Souls. Modern platformers have to have progression. So more than just progression through the level. Enjoy, says Dawn. We shall enjoy. Is Terraria considered? Ooh, I don't know. Is Terraria considered a platformer? Celeste at least has an easy mode that you can switch on if you want to just get through and see the story. Because I don't like the part for me that was satisfying about Dark Souls was how it felt like a puzzle trying to get all the different moves right. So I feel like I just generally, but then I like rhythm games, but rhythm games aren't exactly reflexes, they're more like musical ability. I don't know. I want to say as a blanket statement that I don't like games that require me to rely on reflexes. Mostly because I have difficulty with adrenaline basically. So, I don't know. Celeste is challenging yourself, but not too much. I understand challenging yourself. I guess challenging yourself is only fun when you're already good at the thing, though. If you're not good at the thing, challenging yourself is just gonna kill your spirit. Yeah. I just wish I knew where my feelings of distaste for platformers were coming from. It feels like I had a really bad experience with platformers at some point, but I didn't really. So I don't really know. Super Mario Odyssey is a masterclass at accessibility. I've never played Odyssey. I should try that sometime though. I do own it. Do I own it? Did I buy it? I don't actually know if I bought it. A good platform for starters is Balan Wonderworld. A lot of experienced gamers call it boring and bland, but you find it very charming, accessible, and fun. Balan Wonderworld. Oh, I've seen images of this. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of 1-star ratings. I guess from the people who thought it was boring. Terrible with parkour. Yes, agreed. I'm just not sure that I have really any interest in the platformer genre. I'm sure at some point I'll have to get into them so I can play Celeste and Shovel Knight. They did patch the issue. It was a day 1 patch. So it seems like all the issues with that game they fixed right away. I'm alright. I didn't actually ask for recommendations doing platformers. As I said, I'm mostly... I just feel like I'm probably not gonna ever be a person who's all about that platformer. The platform in life. There we go. They didn't patch the flasher? Let's go out here. I'm gonna go grab some gold real quick because I would like to upgrade the silo if I can. And I think I need like five gold bricks. The 100% in you does not allow you to leave a game after you beat its story. You mean you need to 100% every game? Is that how you play? Oh, I'm a master miner. Is Sonic considered a platformer? Because I feel like Sonic's more like a speed former than a platformer. I don't want to cut this. Sonic is considered a platformer? I do like some Sonic games. It's kind of hard to tell anymore. Every time I like look at a Sonic game, someone's like, that one's a bad one! And I'm just like, I don't know. Alright. Nah. Well, cheers, Don. Okay, I think I pet all my animals today. It's hard to ever tell. When you have so many different kinds of stuff that your animals can give you, it's because like in this game, 2-star stuff and 3-star stuff takes up different slots, right? So just your own animal products can take up basically like 90% of your shipping box. The classic ones anyways. To be honest with you, mostly I played Sonic Adventure Battle 2, and I really, really enjoyed that game. I also played the other bad Sonic that everybody doesn't like, which is the like Sonic 2006, I think. I played a lot of that, and then I hit a level that was so broken I just couldn't beat it, so I gave up. But like, what a wild ride while I was riding on that boat. I really like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but for some reason For some reason, when I watch people make videos on it, they're always like, it's bad. And I'm like, what's bad about it? It's a game about a talking hedgehog. They're like, the story's bad. And I'm like, it's a game about a talking hedgehog. You think, no, why are we going after Sonic stories and we don't go after Mario stories? Mario stories are bad. They're barely there. They barely exist. You've never played a 3D Sonic? Oh, I really liked Fable 3. I really, really liked Fable 3. I know a lot of people hated the menu system. I loved the menu system. I love that concept of a menu system. That appeals to me. There's a lot of problems with Fable games, like, don't get me wrong, but they were like a great, like, they were very influential to young Kara for being like, did you know games can be different? And I was like, whoa. Yeah, generally speaking, I like the Fable games. Maybe not always like the humor, but I like a lot of the mechanics in the Fable games. People were like, it's not challenging, you just press buttons, and I'm like, yeah. And what's the problem there? Fable 3 was actually like, I was able to introduce a lot of people, like a lot of my friends from college. A lot of them hadn't played games before. A lot of them were girls who hadn't played games before. So I introduced a lot of them to games by showing them Fable, specifically because they looked at Fable and they were like, oh, like a third-person RPG where you like control yourself with the analog stick and you're running around. I don't know that I can do that because I always get lost in games like that. So like their biggest concern was that they always got lost in games that had like an open world. So I was like, here's Fable 3. You get to be a queen and have magic. Trust me, you will love it. And they did because it was easy for them to like catch on to, and they could follow the golden trail to where they needed to go, so they never had to worry about getting lost, and it made it an enjoyable experience for them. I wish more games had that level of accessibility, frankly. You like the storyline in Mario Odyssey? The thing about game reviews is that oftentimes people will see a couple outlets sharing their thoughts and base whether or not a game is good based on that, rather than trying for it themselves and forming their own opinion. And that's so true about so many things for people. That's so true about so many things. Sometimes even, like, you see people who really like something, and they will let their opinion be changed if somebody makes, like, a really good YouTube video essay about why that thing is actually bad. And I find that interesting. Yeah, I find that very interesting. I'm gonna plant some friggin' mushies. Plant some mushy seeds. Oops. Plant some shrooms. Mario Odyssey is great in that a child can finish the storyline, but you couldn't finish the entire thing. Nintendo tries really hard for that. And Mario Odyssey was one of their opening titles, so it makes sense that with Breath of the Wild, which is like actually very accessible, but still pretty intimidating for people who don't consider themselves gamers. Mario Odyssey is, just the Mario games in general are a lot more friendly to people. To people who are, I'm talking about people who are casual gamers to the point that they don't have like our collective internalized understanding of like mechanics. Because eventually you get your base gaming skill level up to the point that you know that this control stick controls you, this control stick controls the camera. You can use both at the same time. You know which controls are probably going to do what. And that section of people who, especially women, like I'm just going to go off because I'm upset because like most of my friends in college were women. And like, I loved games and I wanted to play games with them, and I would keep having to try to convince them that they could play games because they kept being introduced to games by their shitty fucking boyfriends. Well, to be fair, most of these boyfriends weren't shitty. I'm just angry at them for doing this with the games. They were introduced to games by their boyfriends who would give them the controller and be like, oh yeah, you want to try? Go for it. And then wouldn't help them, and then would take away the controller to show them how it's really done because they wanted to impress their girlfriend with their game skills. And then they just, like, the girls decided, oh, I guess, like, I must be fundamentally not good at video games because clearly there's something I'm missing. And if they continue to try, like, a lot of the times the gamers will sitting next to them will be like, no, you're doing this wrong. No, like, press this button. No, like, when you do this, you gotta do this. And, like, trying to teach them the mechanics of the game when these people who are not familiar with games are just trying to figure out how to use the controller, and it's just, like, too much. It intimidates the shit out of them, and then they stop playing. So, Emmy. So, yeah, if you're gonna introduce someone to a game, don't do that, first of all. But there's games that are designed, like, I wish more games, I wish people, like, women specifically, like, a lot of women, I think it's less of an issue now because I think the younger generation just is, like, games are everywhere. Games are on your phone. They're, like, it's really easy to fall into the tunnel of going down into the video game hole. It's not the same way where, like, when most of us grew up, games were for boys and you had to be a hardcore gamer. And if you weren't a hardcore gamer, then there were no games for you because all there was Call of Duty and nobody knew that any other games existed. So I think it's, like, it's fairly different now, but back then, and even to this day, there's still a lot of girls that I know who are like, games are fundamentally not for me, which to me is as ludicrous as saying, like, movies are fundamentally not for me when you have seen one movie. It's like, that's, like, definitely some people are not up for the format. Like, I don't super love movies or TV shows myself. But I do like certain TV shows, and I think games are the same way. It's like the whole format might not be for everybody. Like, games just might not be your preferred way to engage with media. But I feel like most people probably would like them if introduced well. Those types of gamers may have had the same experience when motion controls were introduced, probably why they hate them so much. I mean, motion controls can be alright. The controls on the Switch are so intuitive. The Wii controls were so primitive. Wii controls, depending on the game, could be good. Gaming was nerdy back then. I played free-to-play game X and I didn't like it. Guess I'm no gamer. I honestly, I have no idea what it's like nowadays. Like, I don't have many, like, kids near me, and the kids that I know around me all, like, generally like games. Like, not all of them are gamers, but they've played games. They know what a Switch is. They, like, know how to play it. They've messed with games before. So I don't, like, know where the youth, like, the youth, not like teenage youth, but, like, I don't know where, like, under 10, I don't know where everybody is with that anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, Marky Chin. Maybe you can in the future. Love games, hate gaming culture. What the heck went wrong there? Marketing. It was marketing. What went wrong with gaming culture was marketing because... Wait, are you gonna open up at 8 a.m.? Are you gonna open up for me at 8 a.m., please? Because, like...
Hello.
I mean, you have to imagine, games were being made, like, back in the 80s by a lot of straight white men, and they were being made for a lot of straight white men. Kind of like, I don't think intentionally at first, there were a lot of games that were designed to be more accessible, but then certain games, like, took off with how much they were selling, and they took off in particular with straight white men. And, like, why is that? Well, technology was already kind of seen to be a more masculine thing. Generally speaking, like, these kinds of families, and by these kinds I mean, like, white families tend to have a lot more wealth, so people of color probably wouldn't invest that much money into buying game consoles, whereas there were just a lot more middle-class white families that could afford game consoles for their kids to play. And then, like, once that group of kids who had grown up playing games and like had been told that technology is for boys, because for some reason there just was and sometimes still is that perspective that like computers are hard if you have vagina. Or present feminine. So for some reason there was just that perspective. So when all of the mostly boys who were raised on video games hit their college years and they got to spend money on whatever they wanted and they had all this excess time in college to play games, they bought games, and they bought games to play against each other, and they bought games that were designed for them and were usually like military games and like fighting games, and they were like really competitive, just like really leaning into kind of all of the ideas of what like toxic masculinity wanted you to believe that men were. And so all the marketing leaned in the same way, because they were like, look, Call of Duty sold so much, it sold specifically to men, like single young men in between like the ages of 20 and like 25. Specifically, that's the demographic. Usually white men for some reason. Straight white men were just the target demographic. And so all of gaming culture became about that because they were the ones with the money, and all other demographics were just kind of ignored because nobody believed that they existed. Like, genuinely. Nobody believed they existed. Two nephews under 10. It's whatever is on YouTube. Oh, well. Fortnite? On your left, sir. You got an oof. Lego was very successful with that, friends. Purple branded line and bringing in girls is because it's just, because it's all marketing, right? Like, part of it, well, it's not all marketing. Part of it is who had access to what, right? So, like, obviously, if like the people who have the money and are inclined to buy the thing are a specific demographic of people, like men were already most of the people in tech, and like white families were the ones who had the money, obviously that's going to be your core audience for a while. But then it just baffles my mind that like over time definitely more people were buying games and were interested in games, but like legitimately, like I'm remembering growing up during this time, you would have people tell you that you didn't exist if you weren't like a guy playing games. They'd be like, girls don't play games. That you're lying. Like the fake gamer girl thing is like a fun joke nowadays, but it was like just real. Like I just got yelled at by guys a lot who told me that I didn't actually like games. And I was like, I don't know where the fuck you're getting off telling this to me. First of all, I'm 12. Second, like it's just so weird. Yeah, for some reason, marketing in like the 90s and 2000s thought that if you made everything pink and purple, then like girls would like it. Man, God, gendered marketing. What a wild trip. A wild trip. Oof, man. Thinking about it, especially for kids, just, oh, man. World of Warcraft as I played Warcraft 3 and I played Warcraft 3 and I was about, hang on, let me try to get an accurate age. I was playing this game when I was in, no, it was before Hawaii. I was playing this game, I mean, I played it until I was probably like 13, but I started playing Warcraft 3 when I was like StarCraft and Warcraft. Those were the kinds of games my dad liked, so he just like gave them to me. Like I was like, I want to play your game, and so he would give them to me and I would play them. So I was like maybe 8 to 10, and I remember getting like really aggressively sexually harassed because I joined an online game and I said like, hi, I'm playing, and I was like really bad at it because I was a kid, and they were like, what's wrong with you, man? And I was like, oh, I'm not a man, I'm a girl. And then they started sexually harassing me. So it was shit was so fucking hostile back then. Oh God. Hey, Play the Hits, thanks for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Ranting is supposed to be an awful thing, but ranting car is refreshing. Hopefully I'm not, nah. I like to talk, and maybe this counts as ranting. I don't know. Girls can't even play Pokemon because girls don't like video games. It's just like it's just ridiculous is the correct term. It just doesn't make sense. Like, it's just like, why? My question is why? Yeah. And it was like really like I don't want to say what the sexual harassment was because it's like it was actually like really graphic and really like it would be triggering if I said what happened. It was like really bad. Like it was like it crossed the line from sexual harassment into like borderline assault. It was really bad. Like being on the internet and like telling people that you played games and you were a girl used to be like aggressively dangerous. Like every game that I did that with, every game that I admitted that I was a girl, I would get attacked for it. They would be like, that's why you're so bad. Like they would be creepy. They would ask if they could date me. They would like follow me after the game and they would be like whispering me. Like it would just like nonstop. It wouldn't end. And so I just stopped telling people that I was a girl because clearly that only brought harm upon myself. Yeah. Karma for the gendered aisles. I wish that they failed in America. They're just still around. Pre-2002 was the worst, slowly got better after. Oh no, things have actually changed, Axmore. It is not the same. I think it's a lot better. Like for so like I think sometimes we forget that this happened, but do you guys remember that there was a period of time where common parlance in games was that you would say, like, if you beat somebody at a game really hard, you would say that you raped them? Like, you remember that, right? Like, there had to be a movement to get people to stop saying that. And now, like, I forget that it even happened, but that was the common thing that everybody did. Like, it was everywhere. You could not get away from it if you were in the gaming space. So, like, compare, like, when I say that, like, it was really bad and toxic, I mean, like, legitimately, it was really, really bad. Like, it was... It's bad now. It was not nearly... It's so much better now. Like, I can't even explain. It's so bizarre to me. And it's still really bad now, is the thing. It's, like, so weird. Yeah, it was, Emmy. That was during the time you were actually first getting into online gaming. Yep. That never ran in communities you were active in? Good. And they casually said it, right? Right? Like, right? Bully Birdie's just like, what? Oh. Oh yeah, that too. Because everybody used gay as an insult back then too. So there was a lot. It's like weird to look back on it now because I feel like, you know, everyone's like, gamers, they're so bad. And like everyone feels like, I mean, because gamers kind of are still like the term gamer, being a gamer is still kind of not really like, it's not something anybody wants to take pride in because gamer got so heavily branded as that like frat boy, straight white college guy thing by so many companies. And like that, and people just adopted that and they took it on and they were like, yeah, that's what a gamer is. A gamer is like a hardcore person who's like aggressive and like violent and like lashes out at people online. And like for some reason, people just built their whole identity around that. So like gamers now is like not a term people want to use, but gaming culture has shifted so strongly since then. So strongly towards inclusivity and accessibility. And we've still got a long way to go, but I feel like when you don't like remember how bad things were back then, it feels like we're kind of like stuck in this cesspool. And like nothing is improving or changing. Nothing's actually getting better because we're still like you know, gay people are still getting harassed. Minorities are still getting harassed. People are still being racist. Even white men, like, even, like, everybody has had bad experience with other gamers. Everybody has. Like, it's still such a toxic space in a lot of, depending on the games that you go into, right? But we've really made huge progress. And if you're not familiar with where we came from, that's not going to be apparent to you, and it's going to feel like you should give up and stop fighting because nothing's changing. And that's just not the case. It's just not the case at all. I mean, I was too, Daxmort. I grew up in Kansas. I didn't know. Scrolling up. Pwned. You remember the word pwned? I think people are learning, and I think it's just that, like, as... That's awesome, Lily! Congrats! Congrats on number 4! Hell yeah! Oh! Alright, welcome back, Violet. Sorry, I'm reading back. Early internet was wild. Yeah. Yeah, ableist language is still very ingrained in a lot of people. I'm still trying to work on not using ableist language myself. I'm not always very successful at it, but I've gotten really good at replacing certain words. Like, I replace the word crazy with wild a lot, or outrageous. I've gotten good at replacing certain words. I'm trying really hard. You only stopped... Hey, Plushy Angela. Pocket Camp! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I love Pocket Camp. Seemed so innocent in comparison. Number 6 and then number 4, 12 days later. See, that's what hardcore practice gets you, though. Yeah. Yeah, there's like lists out online, but if you think about it, like, basically any word that is like, any word that is tied to creating a negative association for like a condition that a real person lives with, there's been a push to kind of try and eliminate those words from our language. So like using the word lame, there's people who are lame, there's people who identify as lame. So using the word lame to refer to stuff that is like not cool, stuff that is uncool, you know, so using the word crazy, crazy is just a very loaded word in general because, like, first of all, it affects mental health. Then there's also, like, usually crazy is used when you're gaslighting people. It's used a lot on, or it used to be used a lot with women. I don't know if it still is. It used to be used a lot with minority. Like, basically, if you're complaining against somebody in a position of power, crazy is a very loaded term that gets used against against people. So lots of things like that are obviously the R word. At least that's one that most people have gathered on with. I've just been I've been in contact with some like disability advocates, and while not every disabled person is bothered by the terms, some people are. So more so, I think that it's just like we have better, more descriptive words for a lot of these concepts that are just like more accurate. So in a lot of ways, it's just kind of like, for me, it's become kind of an exercise in trying to be creative about which words I'm using instead of trying to insult everything by saying it's like dumb or stupid or, you know, we have a lot of good words in the English language. You never knew that? Oh, sorry, I think I missed some stuff. I'm going up. The speed, yeah, I've heard that the speedrunning community is super, super kind. Yeah. It's amazing how much people's situation when close can change your perspective. Yeah, it's true. It's true for a lot of people. I think that like more people coming out of the closet really made a difference for them about the kinds of words that they used in everyday language. I think that like, cause like, man, that's another thing that's wild to think about. You know, gay marriage was only recently legalized. Like being out as even just gay, which like, listen, I am not trying to minimize in any way the difficulties that people regularly face in coming out in now, because it can still be very, very dangerous. But also, like in the 90s, it was a different kind of dangerous because there just weren't actually that many people who were out yet. And so like how far we've come in just the span of 10, 20 years is wild. We've made so much progress. But it's like hard to sometimes take a step back and see that, you know? Okay, I'm scrolling back down. I'm catching up. Yeah, exactly, Chase. Disability self-advocates? I'm talking about Stephen Spone. Have you heard of Stephen Spone? There's a lot of... Okay, hang on. Oh. I think, Violet, I think Chase was responding to me. I don't think Chase was responding to you. But, yeah, I think, oh, you think the Rainbow Cup? Thank you. Thank you. No, I have seen, so, like, basically from what I've seen people do, like, surveys. So, I don't know what you mean by self-disability advocates, but I'm talking about people who are disabled and who are advocates for the community and who are, like, especially Stephen Spone in particular. He's like my favorite person to follow at the moment because he does a lot of accessibility in video games, and he has done a lot of like he basically has done a lot of work with like education and advocacy and many different disability like charities and organizations that are pushing for more. And then on top of that, there's like a bunch of other people with disabilities that I follow, and like I check out chats and stuff like that. Like I'm involved in the disability community because I have a chronic illness, and that, depending on your perspective, makes me a member of the disability community myself. Also like when you get into topics like these, there's a lot to unpack there. That's what disabled self-advocates means. Abled people who view themselves as allies. Oh, got it. No, sorry. I only use the term disability advocate to refer to people who are disabled themselves and are advocating for the things that they experience. So I don't really use that term for people who are able-bodied but are allies, personally. But yeah, so basically one of the organizations that he partnered with did a survey about like abled language to see how people felt about it. And the split was like almost 50-50 within the disability community itself about how people felt about words like crazy, words like lame, words like dumb, those kinds of things, where like half people were like, you know what, language moves on and it changes. I don't really I don't feel like insulted when people say that stuff around me. And then about half of the other people were like, I don't like it. Like when a friend of mine says that kind of thing, it makes me worried about how they actually see me. It makes me feel like I'm lesser than. So yeah, it's like, and that kind of reflects kind of the discussion that I've seen within the disability community itself. Like there's a lot of people who aren't bothered by it, but then there's a lot of people who are arguing for it. So, yeah. Stephen Spone is part of the recent Accessibility Awards. I believe so. He's one of the more like prominent, I guess, members of the disability communities because he also streams on Twitch, and he shares a lot about how games can be made more accessible and why accessibility in games and in other areas of life are really important for people with disabilities. Um, you had no idea. So like, yeah, as you, I guess, and that's kind of the other issue with the disability, like with people who are disabled, is just that they're not seen. We're not seen a lot of the time. We're not heard from. That's like one of the reasons that I make talking about my chronic illness a really big part of this stream, is because most people just don't like know anybody in their life, or they've never tried to get to know anybody in their life who has a disability. Like, a lot of people's disabilities leave them a lot more unable to take part in society, because guess what? We don't make things accessible for people. We don't make it easy to move places. We don't make it easy to play video games. Like, we just don't make it easy for people with disabilities to do a lot of things. And so as a result, a lot of us don't get seen. You never say it, but you never knew it had that. That is, yes, lame. Like, that is the actual meaning of the word. Like, it's always meant somebody who, like, basically was lacking movement in their limbs in one way or another. And then it became an insult more recently. I think in the 90s, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah. There's a lot of people who feel that mental illnesses are, like, count as part of the disability community. There's a lot of different discussions. Like, there's a lot within the disability community itself that people agree and disagree about, basically. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot to get to know about issues affecting people who are disabled. There's just a lot to learn, and which is what stinks, because there's so much to learn, and there's so many ways that people with disabilities can be helped, but also there's so many ways that we're not paying attention to them, and we're not, like, willing to, like, we're already kind of barely able to include disabled people in our lives as though they're real, like, friends. Like, I've talked about this before, but I lost a lot of friendships when I got diagnosed because accommodating me was inconvenient. And so there's no point for, like just for some people, they just don't want to make the effort to accommodate somebody who has different needs than them. And, like, they don't know how to talk about it. They don't know how to talk with you about it. And so it becomes, like, an extremely isolating feeling. So even people in your life who do, or who might end up getting sick or having a disability, like, people will leave their lives because of that, instead of, like, taking the time to learn and try and accommodate them and include them. So, yeah. Oh, no, it's fine. I have 3, what are they called? 3 autoimmune diseases. One is celiac disease, one is Hashimoto's thyroiditis, and one is endometriosis. Endometriosis, in some circles, is considered an autoimmune disease. It depends on basically who your doctor is and what your doctor studied, whether they consider it truly an autoimmune disease. My doctor does. Are we on Real Talk with Car Hour? There's always... Oh, that's okay, Violet. I can understand that. There really are a lot of different opinions on things like this. And for me, obviously, my opinion has always just been, if something I do could potentially harm someone, and there's a way that I can be more respectful to them and be more inclusive to them, then why wouldn't I? And so for me, that's where I land on just most things. And you have a book about this. Ooh, I'm interested, actually. I would love to. Interacting with other people, have a fair amount of shared experience. Chase, are you talking about with, are you talking about how, like, anxiety and depression are relatively common mental illnesses? So at least in America, they're not depending on where you live, they're like not as stigmatized. I mean, they're still kind of stigmatized, but not in the same ways anymore. Like, it's become like popular to be like, haha, I'm trash, I have anxiety and depression, I'm so depressed. Like, it's become kind of like a thing people do. Like it's, man, I don't even know how to talk about this. And they're super sneaky about finding other reasons. Yeah, yep, Angela. Catching type 1 diabetes? Wow, huh. Oh, got it. You don't like that using the right words. Yeah, that's fair. I guess to put it another way, Violet, using non-ableist words has become a really easy performative way for people to prove that they're like friendly with the disability community, that they like want to include the disability community, but then like actual practicable things like putting alt text in your images that you publish online, like really easy stuff. Really, this is like low-hanging fruit. Alt text on images, closed captions in your videos, like really low-hanging fruit that would be easy for people to utilize is not. And then like there's no real increased advocacy for most people in trying to make things more accessible to disabled, like really meaningfully more accessible. Hey, Brooke. Oh, enjoy your meal. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Accommodating or not being willing or not wanting to talk about it. Oh, yeah, got it. Yeah. Having people in your life, like, yeah, just be, like, completely uncomfortable with it. People don't want to do material things to help, but they get to pretend to be allies. Got it, yeah. I feel that. And you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. Honestly, I think you have a point there. I think that, yeah, the ableist language situation has probably become, yeah. But then again, at the same time, it is kind of useful that at least one issue that affects the disability community has become part of popular consciousness, so that people know that like the disability community is here and like matters and should also have their voices heard. And this is like the first thing that like in recent that I can think of that like this is the first thing that the disability community has really been able to like kind of spread out beyond to like a wider audience, basically. That wasn't like a flash in the pan, like with the ice bucket challenge situation. Telethon, Spectacle, Disability, and the Business of Charity. I'm gonna buy that. I'm gonna see if I can audiobook it. I'm gonna make a little sticky note here for myself. There we go. There we go. I've never had a differently abled friend. Good Lord, I can't even. Yeah, the simpler things are easy to do, so of course we see more of them. That's fair, but yeah, there is I guess there is like an epidemic of basically performative action online right now. And I think like probably most people have seen that word thrown around and they've not really known what that means. And basically, what that means is like during like August, when the Black Lives Matter protests were just beginning to explode. There was that day where everybody was like, let's do blackouts. Let's like make our profiles all black and like post a picture of a blank screen in protest of something. And like so those kinds of things, those kinds of like, I get to change my profile picture but I'm not really doing anything that is like making the people in my life feel more comfortable. I'm not like going to a protest. I'm not donating to charities. I'm not calling my senators. I'm not like doing anything that's actually I'm not like standing up for minorities at my workplace. I'm not even like reaching out to my friend to make sure they're okay in this trying time. I'm just doing this thing because it's easy and it's not actually gonna affect anything. But I want to feel like I'm helping and I want to be a good person, and people are telling me that this is the way that I can be a good person even though it's not gonna have an effect. That's what performative action is. It's just when a bunch of people get together and or one person, and they want to do something that looks good but doesn't make much change in the world realistically. What is my opinion on writing disabled characters? I mean, that's really hard. I feel like I can't say to another writer like what they are or are not allowed to write. But I like do your research. That's it. Just do like if you're gonna include someone in your cast that is disabled or is gay or is trans or is black or whatever, and that's not your experience, you need to do a lot of research. You need to talk to a lot of people. You need to have sensitivity readers, right? You need to make sure that you are utilizing these characters in like a respectful, proper way and not just adding them in as tokens and not doing anything that's like not misrepresenting what that life experience is like, especially I think for disabled characters because there's so little accurate information. And especially like with mental illness, there's so little accurate information out there. Like thinking about like dissociative identity disorder, that disorder has become like there's a lot of disorders that are just like really just not like they're just the way they're portrayed is not what they are, and like so like there's a lot of issues like that. So yeah, I guess I'm not necessarily against anybody writing about that stuff as long as they do their research and they don't misrepresent people in a harmful way. Yes, exactly, Emmy. I mean, exactly, Cliff. No pressure on that question. Been wanting something to read. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I think, you've been hate reading and considering giving up. Language is the low-hanging fruit. It's almost like the least that can be done. It can honestly be an absolute distraction, but it can also be really like, the ableist language issue is probably for most people one of the first times that they're actually needing to think about and change their behavior in any way to accommodate people with disabilities or with illnesses. Like, obviously, if you know a person with illnesses in your life who is disabled, or if you have worked with disabled people in the past, that's going to be different. But the vast majority of people just have no fucking idea. They just know nothing. They know absolutely nothing because they've never been like disabled people are inspirational stories, and that's it. Like that's the whole. We exist to be inspiring to others and then disappear. So in some ways it's useful that it is getting people to like actually think about people with disabilities for like the first time ever. Probably for a lot of them, but yeah, there's way more. Like if it were me, if I could tell one thing for like people who aren't disabled to do, well, maybe not just one thing. There's a lot of things. But like the smallest thing that you could possibly do is just be there for your friends. Be there for your friends when they get sick and when they become disabled, because as we get older, your friends are going to be impacted by disease. They're going to be impacted by accidents. Like, you're going to know someone. It's going to happen. And when something bad happens to your friend, and their life completely changes. And the person that they are probably also can completely change depending on like what they're going through, how much they have to like rebuild their identity in relation to their disability. Like, depending on what's going on with them, they need people more than ever, and it's usually at that moment that people just leave them alone. Like, so that is like the very basic bare minimum that I would ask. Is just like, when you have friends, or if you have someone who could be your friend and they're disabled or chronically ill or mentally ill in some way, like, just don't leave them alone. Just don't abandon them. Don't leave them to handle it all by themselves. That's a really mean thing to do. It's a really mean thing to do to someone that you called a friend. I'm trying to get a new silo. And you work a lot with disabled people? It's just like really confusing that could be someone's whole experience. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right? But it is. Like, that's the thing that that's why I keep harping on how invisible the disabled community is for a lot of people. The disabled community just doesn't exist in most people's heads. It's just not, like, Hi, Zephyrus. Hi. I hope everyone's well, too. I watch, y'all know that I watch a lot of house shows. I watch a lot of renovation shows. Y'all know. And one of the things that happens a lot in those shows is people walk into houses that have like really low counters and immediately start making fun of them. Like, they're like, whoa, this counter's so low. Who needs a counter this low? This so, like, what, does like a dwarf live here? And like, they start just like completely just like not even thinking for 5 seconds about like, who might need a counter that's closer to the floor? Who might need that? Real people, I promise. Like, real people need that. Don't just, it's a lot. There's just like a lot of things that people don't even think about. There's a universal accessible standard that people can build houses to. Like, there's things like different doorknobs on doors that are easy to latch without having to grip them, so you can like push against them and the door will open, or the door automatically opens for you. Wide doorways and wide hallways to fit people with wheelchairs. Like, there's a lot of like no ledges. There's a lot of really simple ways that people building houses can make houses more accommodating for people with disabilities, but they're also all more expensive. Like, they all come at a really high premium. And even though we have this universal standard of access that we could be building everything to, just to make sure that there's a lot of, you know, options for people with disabilities on the market, instead it's up to most people with disabilities to find a house that kind of works and then remodel it and spend like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars so that they can have a functional house where they can like reach the kitchen counter or cook something on the stove or access the second floor or just really, or make it in through the front door even. There's really basic stuff, and we don't build things for people like that because it's too expensive and it looks different. So people think it looks wrong and weird, and they renovate those houses to be back up to a like normal abled person's standard. And like, there's a real actual harm that comes from the fact that people with disabilities become like trapped in their houses because they can't move to new areas because they can't find houses that they can live in like safely. They can't find houses that they can safely live in because so many houses are not made accessible for so many people. There's tons of different things. Little people and wheelchair users both exist, yes. Things are labeled, yeah, when it's just accessible. I mean, we have that in games, like, don't make an easier option for people because then they're not real gamers. Like, I can't. If they've lived their whole lives not having to think about it, why start now? I mean, that's why it's so important to try and talk about it and learn about it. Try to include disabled people as real members of the population because they are. Because we are. Well, counters are a really specific example, but they're actually working on technology now that would make counters basically be able to change height depending on the person who is in the room. So if you are if you are using a wheelchair but your family does not, then the counters would be able to change height. Obviously, that's very expensive. And when I say universal accessible standard, Chase, I mean universal accessible standard. So it's stuff that like works for even tall people who like regular counters. There's ways of working around this kind of thing. It's just that people don't know about them. The counters was a very specific example where somebody renovated the house to suit them. So they put lower counters in because they were the only one living there. They didn't really need to worry about anybody else coming in and trying to, and like not being able to use, like it was their kitchen. But yeah, obviously there's other workarounds around things like that. It would be awesome, wouldn't it? You want that even though you don't need it. It's very new technology and you bet your ass it's gonna be expensive. Because it involves like, it would be very expensive, but like that stuff is coming. It's unfortunate how much more expensive it is to like be a person with disabilities because like not everybody is gonna have $80,000 lying around so that they can make their house accessible for themselves. Should be more common, that sounds slapping. Hopefully one day they will be. Honestly, I would love it if at some point we as a society, I guess, we mandated just more, cause like really basic, like just changing out doorknobs. Small, very small thing. Not that big a deal. Widening door frames, I'm not a construction worker, so I don't know like how much extra work that might add. Like I don't know, like I know that would make houses generally speaking need to be bigger and to take up more floor space, so I'm certain that that would affect things, but also I don't know, it seems to me like a small price to pay to not like literally have people trapped in their homes, but yeah. The cabinets are shorter and there's a fascia that moves with the counter. I would have to show you the video. It was something that they showed off at CES a year or two ago, maybe 2 years ago now. So it was a concept and I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like they could definitely bring that to market, but again, like it's gonna cost more money for stuff like that. So would anybody actually spend the money to invest in that? Like that, this is why I think that we need like the government to get involved and mandate this kind of thing, because it's just gonna cost more. It's just gonna cost more to build houses and make them accessible, and developers aren't going to want to take on that extra cost when they can't recoup anything for it, you know? That's accurate, Mateo. That is, yes, that is accurate. That is why there are so many, which speaking of, if you haven't checked out Steven Spohn, like please do. Really entertaining Twitch streamer, really nice, friendly, just a really wonderful presence and very educational. There's lots to learn about. Especially I think like as gamers, Steven does a lot of work showing how games can be made more accessible and how other gamers can fight for accessibility in games on behalf of the disabled community. So I would definitely recommend checking them out. We should burn the Americans with Disabilities Act and start completely over. Yes, we should. We really should because it sucks. There's so much to learn about. There's so much to learn about the world of disability. Honestly. That'd just be generally really useful overall. Well, the thing is that most things that are made more accessible are just like, they're generally just like also better. Like it's fine, but like they're better also. Like I just like it's like it's easier to do this thing for everyone now, and it's like, I mean, yeah, it is. Like it's like automatic doors. It's like, wow, that's easier for everyone. Yep, we should just keep doing these. Like things that make things more accessible, not always, but usually benefit everybody. So I don't know why everyone fights it so hard. We stand universal design. Step in, listen, don't, if you don't have a tub, if you're like, your bath is not a shower tub hybrid, why are you putting a giant fucking thing, like a giant, like 1 foot long wall that people need to step over? Why are you doing that? Why are you putting a giant wall that people can trip over? That that's just, like, you could just have it. You could just not have that. You could just not have that there. You could just not have it there. Why is it there? I mean, I know that, like, theoretically it can keep the water in, but, like, if you can close a shower door there and just make it level with the rest of the bathroom so that people don't have to step over things to get in them, it's fine, but, like, it seems like... Remapping controllers is not really that hard. No, it's not really that hard. And depending on like what engine you're using, like sometimes that can be just built in. Stuff like having something in games to read the text aloud. Like if you can't afford voice acting, fair enough. Voice acting in games ridiculously expensive. Having something that can read the text aloud, even if it's in a goofy robot voice, is still better than nothing. Like, Ren'Py automatically has something in it where it can read the text out to people who are playing the games, and like that's really important. You could give some logistical insight as to why it can't always be done that way. I would love to know. I would love to know, because like there's so much design that is just not accessible, and I know that there must be a reason other than it's too expensive to put the more accessible one in. The bathtubs with doors. Resizable text for subtitles. Make the whole bathroom pin. For a lot of people, it's giving people options. You're not required to utilize all the accessibility options, but disabled folks will appreciate it, yeah. I mean, I'm a game dev, I can tell you, it's not that hard. Building code, if something is slab on grade, clearances need to be made. Instead, the solution will typically be a roll in the shower with a drain at the floor center. So basically, we need more legislation to make things accessible is what you're saying, Frank, because the building code was made in a certain way, obviously to protect certain people from certain things, but it's creating this effect, this impact now where like the cheapest way to accommodate the building code excludes people. Is that correct? Or am I... A drain in the floor. Yeah, that's how a lot of places just have a drain all over, just in the floor in general. Which, like, I imagine cleaning that. Like, imagine taking a pressure washer into your bathroom and being able to actually just clean everything. Sounds amazing. All right. I hope that your breather helps, Emmy. Construction trades are super conservative. I imagine. Well, anything that's new is something that they have to put time and money into learning, and usually it costs more money than the stuff that you have access to already. If I'm remembering right, if I'm sort of, it ultimately comes down to cost. Most owners do now want the expense to do it the other way. I know, why don't we put the toilet in its own room? It's fine, but I'm like weird about toilets. I want them all in their own room. I don't want my toilet poop flying all over my bathroom, y'all. Oh my god, did I never let my animals come out? Oh, hell. People don't want to relearn how to do things. Yeah. I mean, but if you're gonna be in an industry, you gotta learn how to keep up with changing technology. That's just a thing. Anyways, there was your beginning educational primer on some things affecting the disability community, but I would really highly recommend going out and just reading up, like, not on like the inspirational books about disabled people, but like reading up on like I mean, if you want like basic thing that will definitely impact everyone at some point, read up on old age. Like read up on accessibility for old people, because like it's wild to me how much we don't even make the world accessible just for older humans who we are all going to become someday. And a lot of the accessibility things that impact people with disabilities also make things friendlier for old people. That's just generally like an easy way to begin to relate to the concepts, you know, because everybody knows, everybody's got like grandparents, everybody is going to be old someday. It's a lot easier to insert yourself into those situations, whereas sometimes I think that like reading about people with disabilities or chronic illnesses, if you've never really experienced intense illness yourself, I think that sometimes you want to basically make it a lot worse in your head. Like when you're imagining it, you're imagining like intense suffering. And in some cases that is people's experience, but in a lot of cases that's not people's experience, because in a lot of cases like me, this is just my body now. And like sometimes I get frustrated with it, sometimes I get like, sometimes something really bad happens and I'm like not okay for a while physically, but like also like this is just who I am. This is a part of my identity. The reason I talk about it is not because I want like pity or anything like that. I talk about it because I want people to understand this experience, because you're gonna know somebody who goes through something similar someday. You just are. And I want you to be able to be there for them when that happens. Ginger Pixel, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. A big part of the issue is the show's on HGTV, really? Oh, got it. So a lot of people trying to build stuff and not being able to do a good job. I've never heard of the book Wonder, and it sounds like I'm happy about that. You hadn't put the membrane behind the tub surround too? Yeah, that's just good practice. Even I know that, and I don't know anything about building stuff. But I've heard Frank talk about it. Oh, cheers, Mysterio. I can't tell you how many HGTV shows I've seen where people have like done half of the work themselves, and then the people who come in to do the renovation are like, actually all of this is borked, we need to take it all down. Like, we need to take this all down and redo it anyways. And I'm just like, I mean, yeah, there's certain things that I think, like, people can definitely do by themselves with with little experience. But, like, there's other things that are just, like, you're definitely gonna make expensive mistakes while you're learning. And those mistakes can be really expensive and dangerous. Ooh, I would love to see it. I love HGTV shows. I love them. I mean, they're technically right. It's like not technically necessary, but I mean, sensible chic. And like Frank showed how to lay down vinyl flooring, and that seems like something anybody could do as long as you know how to do it. Like, as long as you like do a little bit of research, but well, that's fun. I'm not gonna mess with drywall myself. I have no idea. Drywall seems very, from the fact that so many contractors hate doing drywall, I assume it's very complicated. Yeah, that book sounds so fun. That book sounds so fun. Because everybody knows that if you want to be accepted, you just have to be unfailingly positive. When people are mean to you. You just gotta show them that you're still human and have a lot of worth. Oh, drywall is really easy? Oh, okay. So it's just annoying. Drywall is annoying. It's kind of hard to tell these trees apart. I don't even know what to do with this whole area of my farm. I don't even know what to do with this whole area. Like, I just don't. Like, there's just so much extra space and I have no aspirations. Oh, that's great, Frank! Congrats! Ah. I'm so excited to get my shot. I'm a little bit nervous too, admittedly. I'm definitely gonna do it as soon as I get the ability. Girl, I'm going out there. But I'm also a little bit nervous because I've heard from other people who have similar illnesses as I do, what like the impacts on them have been, and I'm just really not excited to just like lose a lot of time. You love you some tiling? Just 2 days for tiling? Man, I can't watch My Strange Addiction. I can't do it. It just like, it makes me very sad. Like I can't do it. I can't. Until June. Theoretically, by April, I think, was it April or was it May that Biden said that everybody was gonna be able to get access? I don't know when. I know that like now Seattle is getting enough vaccines, so we're like churning through. It seems like we're churning through people. But I know that the next group of people who is up in Seattle are people who have 2 or more comorbidities with the virus, and I only have 1. So I'm not in that group yet. So I don't know when I will be. And it made the second one far less miserable? Okay. I mean, I'll try it. I don't give a fuck. I'll try it. It's a very mean-spirited show. Yeah, it's mean. Your shots weren't nice to you. There's a person that I follow who also has celiac disease and who also suffers from fibromyalgia, which, like, for me, I've noticed that, like, I share a lot of symptoms and, like, experiences in common with people who have fibromyalgia, even though I have Hashimoto's instead. So people who have fibromyalgia, if something affects them negatively, I'm like, okay, it's probably gonna affect me negatively. And for this person, she had gotten her first shot recently. She got her first shot recently, and it made her sick for a week and a half. And by sick, I mean, again, like, it made her like it made her other illness act up. So it made her fibromyalgia act up. So she was having a bunch of symptoms from her fibromyalgia, not necessarily from the virus, but like for me, just getting the flu shot definitely makes my symptoms get way worse for a bit. So I'm imagining that the coronavirus vaccine is gonna be, I'm imagining that I'm probably gonna have to be like, hey, might not have streams, might not be able to work. We'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'll get it and I'll be like, actually, it was all fine. I was just being a baby. But we'll see. I hope I get to find out soon. The states that are doing the worst by percentage of population are opening up to people faster. I wonder, Kensef, if that's... Washington is so slow compared to other states. I was looking into that, and apparently Washington was only so slow because we weren't getting enough of the vaccine, and we're like bankrupt, so we can't buy more. But we weren't getting any of the vaccine, and that was apparently why we were slow. So theoretically, now that we have enough vaccine, they're saying it should go faster, but we're also still very slow. Literally, all of my friends from college have had the vaccine already, and I'm still over here like, out of all of my friends from college, I'm the one who's most likely to die, but that's fine. Get your vaccine. At the same time, I also have a lot of privileges, like I work from home and I have somebody who is healthier than me to go out and get the groceries, so I don't get exposed very often to the vaccine, so I understand why I'm lower in the list than other people, because I just don't go outside, so I'm not really at high risk of exposure. Extensive long-term vitamin B12 poisoning? Dang, what? Wild. Aw, fingers crossed for you, Angela. First shots for everyone by the end of June. Got it. So you can just stroll in and get... I would love to if I could. 4 months in between Moderna and Pfizer. Yeah, there's a bunch of people, there's a bunch of thinking that basically if you can get everybody with the first shot of the vaccine, that's good enough. And I don't know enough about science to be able to tell you whether that's accurate. Ooh, that's awesome, Cliff. Ooh, ooh, ooh. yeah, that sounds like that'll do it. Damn, I didn't even know. Like, vitamin B12 poisoning is kind of hard to get, actually, because it's water soluble. So yeah, I guess that explains how it happened. The first shot is about 80%. I heard it was 50% effective, but I'm not sure which shot I read that for only the first shot, but. It mimics the symptoms of lupus and fibromyalgia. Yeah, B12, like, vitamin B12, I actually take supplements for vitamin B12 because I don't digest food well. I suffer from malabsorption of food. That's... so I need to take a lot of vitamins. I'm like the person that vitamins are actually recommended for. Like, they're like, you don't need to take a B12 vitamin unless you suffer from malabsorption. And I'm like, me, I'm malnourished, it's me. They're like, nobody actually needs to take a biotin supplement except me, I do. I don't absorb food, it's me. Can you drink one of those a day and not get sick? Yeah. So again, vitamin B12 is water soluble, so you tend to pee most of it out. So there's like a lot, you can technically, you can intake a lot of vitamin B12 in a day and you'll just pee it all out, so it's not bad. 1200 milligrams is like a lot already for a person, and then on top of that, 1200 milligrams 3 times a day is just way too much. Way too much. You buy it from a pyramid scheme company. Yeah, my doctor says that everybody who lives in Seattle, Washington, everybody who lives like on the west side of the Cascades should take vitamin D3. %, not milligrams. Oh, was it 1200%? My bad. I don't even remember. Let me see. This has vitamin. Does this have vitamin B12 in it? This has this thing that I'm taking has vitamin B12 in it, and it's got 14,000% of vitamin B12. So way more than any one person will ever need. But I actually basically was suffering from, I didn't know it, but I was suffering from vitamin B12 deficiency. Do you have to water? You do have to water the fodder. I don't like it. I wish you didn't have to, but you do. But yeah, I had a vitamin B12 deficiency and I didn't know about it until I started taking a pill that my doctor recommended for me. And all of a sudden, I didn't have depression or anxiety anymore. So that was fun. It was amazing. It was very fun to realize that I was depressed because I didn't have enough B vitamins. Ha! I was like, oh my god, so many years of my life that I spent depressed. Anyways, malnutrition sucks. So don't do that. Invigoron? I don't even want to know what that is about. I think I don't want to know. I need more coal. Let's get some of this gold used up. The amount that I actually metabolize. How much somebody who doesn't metabolize would get out of a large dose. I also wonder, right? Because like I kind of wish that I knew how much I metabolize out of my food so that I knew how much of my pills I need to take. And like, because like there have been times when like my magnesium supplement is one of them. if I have too much, if I have a magnesium supplement and then I eat potatoes, it's awful. It's awful. Like, way too much magnesium. But at the same time, if I don't eat potatoes, then I probably need a magnesium. I need to take the magnesium because I'm not going to be able to absorb it from something else. Like, potatoes have a high amount of magnesium in them, and I eat a lot of potatoes. So that's why that happens. But yeah, I'd be curious. When you're laying in bed, but your chronically ill friend made it to work that day. Nice spoons. Hey, Tessa. Right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Tessa, I'm so glad that you have the same experience because I like literally didn't even feel like I was the same person after I started taking it. I was like, it was so dramatic. It was such a dramatic, like I couldn't believe how peaceful I felt. I was like, this is wild. It was wild to me. I'm glad you have a similar experience. You're iron deficient. You stand up, your vision goes black for like 15 seconds. I've had that. I don't think I'm iron deficient. So here's the thing as well. My tests don't always, like, there's certain vitamins. So fun fact, there's certain vitamins that you can eat. Like, so I was taking multivitamins, right? And I was going to the doctor and they were like, great, you look great. You're getting all your nutrients look great. It looks great. There's a lot of vitamins that if you take multivitamins, they can be circulating around in your blood, but you're not actually absorbing any of them. I didn't know that. But that's a thing apparently. So that's fun. So like for a long time I just wasn't diagnosed as like not absorbing any of my food because I took multivitamins every day and it looked like I was getting everything. Huh. Same. Yeah, I had chronic anxiety, chronic depression. Like, I was so depressed. I was so angry. Like, everything would make me anxious. I had no control over how the thoughts in my brain worked. I had no control. Like, all the things that they tell you for how you cope with anxiety and depression, I couldn't make my brain think that way. Because I didn't have enough B12. And it's, like, wild to me. Wild to me. That's one of the reasons you fast for a lot of tests. I think so. I've just never... I guess it was like, I always was going for physicals. So it's not like I was going in specifically to test for a certain disease. They were just like checking up on me, so. But yeah, that's why you fast for certain tests because like, there's certain tests that I have to do sometimes to check my liver, how my liver is doing. And you have to fast for those tests because you can affect like what the readout is. You also, by the way, I believe it's liver. If you're ever going in for a liver test to like see how your liver is doing, don't forget to fucking drink water because you can mess up your test results and it will make it look like you have a liver disease if you're dehydrated when you take that test because you're gonna have too much creatine in your system and it's gonna look like you're sick. So make sure that if you ever get like told to take a liver test, a test to see if your liver's doing okay, just make sure you don't drink water when they tell you, don't forget to drink water when they tell you to fast. It'll save you a heart attack. Oh, does a fast include pills? Well, hell. Sugar levels too. Sugar levels too, yeah. Well, cheers, Dawn. We're learning so much here. It's an enjoyable time. We learn so much. Yeah, nice timing. I haven't been doing a good job of drinking water recently. So I'll need to do a good job. My poor water bottle keeps being like, Cara, drink your water. And I keep being like, but I don't want to get up to fill it. I don't want to get up to fill the bottle. So I need to do that more. Okay. Cheers. That's a lot of water. Well, hang on. I need to fill up my water bottle here. It's almost empty. Food, water, pills, sleep. Man, I'm still just working on how to have an appetite when you don't have an appetite. You know what I mean? Just blanket statement that's out there. If anybody else has also struggled with like medically not having an appetite and how you eat enough food when you never are hungry, please let me know, because it's been 4 years and I'm still like having a hard time with it. But you thought they wanted you no intake at all? That was a long weekend, yeah. Same. They thought I had cirrhosis too. And that's why I was like, I got so scared. Man. You relate to that so hard? If you ever have any tips, I am here. I am here to learn. Like, my only tip has been weed, but like, I feel like I don't want to be smoking weed every single day just to eat enough food. And it also like is just not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's not a fun experience to not want to eat food. We're on the same page, Violet. We're on the same page. The thing is that I can't, so like I only smoke in the evenings. So like basically what happens is I don't eat enough during the day, and then it gets to the evening and I'm like, I need to eat, cause like I work during the day. I don't like being inebriated while working. So then we get to the evening and then I'm trying to catch up on all the food that I didn't eat, and like I can never catch up on it. I just like, and like even it's so hard, man. I'm like so tired of dealing with this. I hate it because it makes like eating food just like completely unenjoyable. Yeah, my doctor doesn't want me drinking Soylent, unfortunately, because it's basically it's like hard to digest. So even though it's liquid, it like, I used to drink a lot of Soylent and my doctor made me stop. So sometimes weed makes you lose your appetite. It depends on the strand. Yeah. Yeah. I need like, technically I need over 100 grams of protein a day, and I just like never even achieve like half of that. It's so much protein. And like most protein shakes make me feel sick. So it's fine. Anyways, if you ever find tips for this kind of thing, please let me know, because I like, food is so unenjoyable. Like, it's just so not fun to be staring at a plate of food for 3 hours trying to force yourself to eat it. It's just not fun. So yeah, if you ever know any other hacks. It's so hard. How did you do it? Were you just eating like a lot of meat? Cause like meat is hard for me to digest. So I like can't like eat meat to get my protein. So I can only drink it in powders. And like a lot of that stuff, like it basically makes my stomach go like, my stomach is like, hello, stop this, or we're gonna throw a tantrum. And then it throws a tantrum. And like, I don't even know how much of it I properly digest in the end. You don't eat meat? Easy food right by your desk, like nuts. Yeah, I was looking into actually, one of our dev friends, Derek, who you might know, was talking about how he has a mini fridge in his office, so that like when he's like really, really into working and he's not thinking about food and he's like, oh, I should get some food, he can just reach down and grab some instead of needing to like go get up and like go downstairs. And he said that like for him, he thought it wouldn't make a big difference, but it like made him eat more healthfully throughout the day. So I'm like wondering if maybe having some kind of accessible food around me at all times would fix the problem. I don't know. I'm willing to try anything at this point, but I don't know. I understand that, Violet. I do that. Hormones are linked to appetite pretty... I do have a thyroid imbalance. I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, so I have a thyroid disease. And that is why I don't have an appetite. You're correct! But I'm very open with that on this channel, so don't worry about feeling like you exposed me or anything. Protein powders are really expensive. Protein-rich cereal, milk, seeds and nuts. So I'm allergic to eggs, and dairy makes me sick as well. So a lot of the easy, like I used to love cheese, and I would love to be, I'm hoping to God at some point my gut heals so I can eat dairy again, because it would be so much easier if I could eat cheese to get protein. It would like, I would just eat endless mac and cheese and everything would be solved. But yeah, so now I am mostly vegan and I can't eat wheat. And I can eat meat, but unless the meat is prepared in a way like what's it called when you like put meat in a crock pot? Unless it's meat that's been made like a lot easier to digest because it's been cooked for a really long time, then it's hard for me to eat it. Can I drink lactose free? I eat vegan cheeses. No, I'm allergic to dairy. I'm not lactose intolerant. So basically like the thought, what my doctor thinks is that one of the proteins in dairy looks really similar to a protein in gluten. And my doctor's thought is just that my body is so scared of gluten that it's like, this thing, we're gonna kill it. when I eat dairy, it does the same thing. Not really the same thing because it doesn't have as many side effects as the gluten does, but it does have like one really bad negative side effect. And so like, I can't, like it makes me severely depressed. Like if the scale is like 1 to 10, how depressed does it make me? It makes me like a 9 within 4 hours. So it's really bad. So I'm very afraid of eating dairy actually. I would love to be able to eat it again, but it is a very extreme response for some reason. Slow cooked, yes. Bovine collagen peptides. That's not something I've heard of. I'll definitely do some research into that to see if it's something that could help. I'm gonna write that down. I'm desperate. I'm like really desperate at this point. I'd love to do whatever I can to get this under control because I'm clearly not doing a good job. All right, I wrote it down. I'll do some research. I'll talk to my doctor, see about it. Oh, dairy makes me, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, when I say I'm allergic to dairy, a lot of people immediately. New to the stream in the game, are those gold tools already? Yeah, these are gold tools already. So far I'm really liking this game. Is it a good alternative to Stardew Valley? This is actually the series of games that Stardew Valley was based on. And Stardew Valley improved on it in a lot of ways, and then in turn, in this game, they learned a lot from Stardew Valley. So it's not exactly the same as Stardew Valley, but they've brought a lot of the mechanics in. These are gold 2 tools. I'm currently in fall, so I'm in the 3rd season, and I also like, what's the word? I like sped on the tools. I like having really good tools, so I spent a lot of my energy getting those tools. That being said, if you're like a familiar Stardew Valley player, you can probably achieve the same level of progress that I did relatively easily. Like, I don't think that I'm like an amazing player at this or something, but I'm really, really enjoying this game. And so far it looks like there's a lot of content to last me through into the 2nd year. So I think it's very promising. It's directly linked to you remembering or not remembering. Anyways, it's bedtime for me. You can have nut and grain milks. Yeah, I can have nut and grain milks. Oh, really? I didn't know that there were 2 kinds of lactose intolerance. Pre-chopping fruits and veggies. Pre-chopping fruits and veggies might be a good idea. Yeah, see, yeah. Maybe just having food that I can really easily eat available would be enough. Thank you, Tippetink. Stardew Valley is just Final Fantasy VII with some extra features. It's really hard to find food. Like, it's really hard to find gluten and dairy-free snacks and egg-free snacks that are, like, tasty. It's really hard to find some that are good. So, like, I think part of the reason that I'm struggling so much is that all of the foods that I used to eat as snacks, I don't have access to, and the stuff that I do have access to is, like, rice cracker with salt. And I'm like, I sure do love rice cracker with salt. I also can't eat a lot of sugar, so there's a lot of, like, processed foods that have sugar, like, sugary snacks that I can't eat, which basically just means that most of the food that, like, I would be able to eat needs to be prepared in advance in order for me to eat. There's not a lot of, like, really easy to eat options. Can I have sriracha? Sriracha. I might be able to. I recently discovered that I can no longer tolerate spicy foods the way that I used to. I don't know what happened. So if it's not too spicy, I should be able to. By tracking the macronutrients. Trader Joe's. As far as sensitive... I'll check out Trader Joe's. I haven't been to a Trader Joe's in a while. Last time I went, I remember being freaked out at how expensive everything was. But I'm desperate, so I'll go. Oh, camera blur? Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. Hi, Connor. I'm doing all right. I have to buy those bags of broccoli. I understand. Cooking, well, I guess I don't understand the executive dysfunction part, but cooking is really just a lot for me. Probably exacerbated by the fact that we don't have a microwave here. I don't want to just cave and get a microwave, though. I don't even know what I would cook in a microwave. Can I turn autofocus off? I can't! It's great. Dairy-free, gluten-free, egg-free, dairy-free, and baked goods. All right, it's worth a try. It's worth it checking them out. At least in your area. I'll go and see. There's definitely like health food. Stores are really expensive. You know, me and this health food that I'm eating. Because it's a lifestyle choice and not a necessity. I thought I had more rice laying around. But like, where did it go? Why? Why doesn't it have autofocus? Girl, I don't know. Don't ask me. No, I swear I bought more rice. I swear I bought more rice because I wanted to complete that little section. Where is my rice? I swear. By the moon and the stars in the sky. Yeah, Logitech Brio. As far as they have their little like Logitech graphics thing that you can download and look up, but it doesn't have an unfocus feature. And Can autofocus be turned off not in OBS? I like that song. Well, I don't actually know if I like the whole song, but I like the You refuse to acknowledge the stream lag. Brain gets focused on doing one thing and won't switch until you're finished. Oh. You're welcome. Can you turn it off not in OBS? Because you can turn it off in OBS, but what I'm looking for is a solution where I can just set it and leave it the fuck alone. Because I will not remember to do that every time I stream. I'm here to buy more rice because apparently I don't have any. You'd have to turn it off in OBS. Okay. Yeah, that would be a solution. That would be a solution, but I can tell you from doing it in the past that it doesn't work. Like, in terms of, like, I do not consistent. I just, like, am not gonna. I just, like, don't. I prefer systemic solutions. Sticky note right on the webcam? No. No. It just adds an extra layer of work. And I would have to do that every time I restarted OBS. Every time I opened it up. Every time the stream died and lagged. I just don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. I don't know why they wouldn't include that as an option within the Logitech G Hub though. I don't know why they wouldn't include that as an option just to have the base settings of the camera like that. Yeah, that part doesn't make sense. You just get tense in the hands. It's not a car-friendly solution. Webcams are frustrating. Back attacks do higher damage. I'll just get rid of this camera. Who needs it? You guys don't need to see my face, right? You're never interested in seeing my face, right? That's not a major aspect. Seeing me emote is not a major aspect of this stream. Because I'm joking here because I have such an emotive face that I know that that is a thing for people. What am I was going over here to look for something. I was going over here to look for clams! For mussels! There's one! I need to donate you! You tried not to do webcam? You hate people seeing your face? Yeah, webcams are... realistically, I just need to not, like, move in, like, closer and further away from the webcam and then it'll stop doing stuff. But I mean... Upsick. Virtual me. Just me, I turn this off. How's that? I feel like this is weird. I guess maybe my voice is just as emotive as my face is. Where the hell am I going? Museum! Wait! I forgot to get the other stuff from the museum! You don't like it. No, my face is just... I wonder what it is that makes some people's faces more expressive than other people's. I wonder about that a lot because I'm aware that my face is abnormally expressive. And I, like, don't know why. I was going over here. I don't know why that is. Trying to go to the freaking museum. Like, I was really excited about this museum, but the fact that there's so much of this stuff that I need to take in and get approved all the time. Of these little bags. There's an endless amount of bags. There we go. Where'd my scooter go? Here. Got a spare tire on the front because I'm a smarty. Get me a DSLR. Aren't they expensive? I'll settle with getting my own capture card first. Oh, one of those. Oh, a VTuber avatar? It felt so wrong. Oh, you don't really. That's fair.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yo.
Right now, this webcam is 4K, I think,
Ah.
or it's like faux K. Ooh! Hang on. Shh. Let go of my fucking hair, you absolute ass. Thank you. All right. Well met. I beg your pardon since you just arrived, but I was on the verge of setting out for a meal. Ah, would you care to accompany me? I assume you are familiar with the bistro. I don't know what higher end is. Well, if I would just get partnered, Chase, I'd be able to stream at 1080p without worrying about people getting left behind. Are you still searching for the bill of fare? Oh, are you searching for the bill of fare? Fret not, for I have ordered the full course meal prior to our arrival. Is this like it? Oh, it's all ready for you. Here's your first course, minestrone soup. What a magnificent fragrance. It stirs the appetite. You should partake as well. Oh, you know, she put a plate in front of me and I was just gonna watch you eat, but I guess if you insist. You are my guest, there's no need for formalities. The environs are pleasant and the food delectable. Olive Town is a magnificent place. We made you a seasonal salad for your second course. I hope you like it. I've never relished such fresh vegetables. They're vibrant. I don't know if relished can be used in that way, actually. Let me Google. Can you use relished in this way? Oh, you can. It's just very strange. All right, okay. I have never relished such fresh vegetables. Their vibrant colors are a feast for the eyes as well. So are you getting used to our local fare? I am indeed. I will admit I was perplexed by it at first, but now I wish to sample everything. Oh, before I forget, Wen mentioned that he'd like to go fishing with you. Oh, I have dropped lines with him a number of times now. His wisdom is truly vast. Why are you like this? The next course is actually a little gift from him. I grilled some of the fish he caught just this morning. I feel like if it were me, I would use a different word other than relish. Like, I know they're going for archaicness, but relish... I think you can use relish, it just... I have never relished something so much. Seems... Who knows? I grilled some of the... just not my personal style choice, not like it's wrong or anything. I grilled some of the fish he caught just this morning. This delectable-looking sampling is Master Quentin's handiwork! When I told him you had a reservation, he offered me some of his freshly caught fish, and I couldn't, well, turn him down, of course. Is that so? I must express my gratitude next I see him. Now, Kara, let us enjoy this meal together. It's definitely supposed to make him sound more formal, for sure. For sure. And it does. It definitely succeeds. Rich people, am I right? Listen, if a rich person wants to take me out for a meal, I'll eat the food. Like, I'm eating it. Look like doo-doo if you squint. Yeah, I don't even actually know what kind of camera I would end up wanting, because I feel like 4K is overkill. Like, I don't think I'm gonna need a 4K camera. Or am I wrong there? I don't know. I don't like intend to use other than streaming, I don't intend to use it for anything, so I don't know. No, I want ketchup. 4K is very overkill. Maybe I can just find somebody selling an old camera.
Oh.
Cause that would be nice. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need the best of the best. There is a certain camera that a lot of other streamers I know use. I think it's like, what is it? Is it like the Sony XLR? Like 600 or something? To see my pores. Man. Maybe. Not even 4K pumpkin pictures. Well, I'm not gonna have the bandwidth. Well, I mean, technically I have the bandwidth to stream 4K, but like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
Hello.
It is a really nice side effect, however, that in this time of coronavirus, I have like a really awesome setup for video calling people. Like, you have no idea how many compliments I have heard from people because of
Grab your sword.
my setup.
Dance.
The hole.
Hey, Alakazam! Hello, hello! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, you were playing it too! How do you like it?
Hello.
Not enough for smooth 4K, yeah. Even partners, I don't think, get enough for smooth 4K, right? Yeah, only 1080p. At the highest 1080p. Yeah, they're super fun. I wasn't gonna know, Lily. I was just gonna be like, yeah, that sounds right.
Hello. Oh.
You're still a baby in springtime. I really like these games. I've also been like desperate for a game that scratches this particular itch. As much as like Stardew is very enjoyable, Stardew is a surprisingly I find it a really tiring experience. Just with like how far you have to run, how long it can take you to get to certain areas. There's a lot in Stardew that like Stardew feels like an active game to me, not really a relaxing game to me. So I've been looking for a game that scratches kind of the same itches as Stardew and other Harvest Moon games have, but is less demanding on my like time and attention. And this seems to be doing that. Stardew stresses you out? Yeah. Like, I love Stardew, don't get me wrong, but there's just a lot. There's a lot there. Also, I feel like Stardew has kind of a more cynical perspective on the world, which, like, again, when the guy was making Stardew, he said he was a huge fan of Harvest Moon, and basically that he wanted to make a Harvest Moon game that was a little bit more realistic, that had, like, real people that you'd see, that was basically, like, I don't think he used the word cynical, but basically he wanted a more cynical version of this. Where it didn't feel like everything was for kids, and it felt more adult. And so he made that, and he did a good job. But man, I don't want to fucking go into a cynical view of the world. I never do. I don't like movies, I don't like shows, I don't like anything that has like a really cynical view of the world. Man, I'm tired. I'm tired. I read the news, okay? I don't need that. Stardew is a bit easier on multiplayer. It is a bit easier on multiplayer. I just like, I can't get over how long it takes to run places, you know? You need to get it all done. You tried it, but it was too much for, I can see that, Ruby. You can, Violet. Well, if those are too much for you, I would recommend some of the Harvest Moon / Story of Seasons games. Just, generally speaking, like you can try it if you want to, but generally speaking, the Harvest Moon games after A New Beginning are a little bit different because they're made by a different company. I would say this one is like one of the more solid ones to come out recently. I would also recommend Rune Factory. You loved Fooly Cooly. I have seen Fooly Cooly. It is... You feel pressured to perform and start. Yeah, a little bit, right? It doesn't feel like you can just relax. When you play these games, you enjoy them in a more carefree way. Have to be online multiplayer. Yeah, that's a shame because it would be really nice if you didn't have, if you could, kind of like Valheim. Valheim, you can start servers and you can just spend time on there. I've watched Fooly Cooly because it's one of Todd's favorite shows. And I can't say that it was an enjoyable show and it wasn't bad, but I can't say I understood it. I think I understood it, but I was also like, okay. I was like, I'm gonna remove my brain from this and move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Alakazam. More style than substance. Yeah, but it also doesn't entirely lack substance. I'd agree with that for sure. It's a lot of like, I feel like a lot of like, it's a lot of symbolism and metaphor, I feel like. And it's also like, I believe, I'm not sure, but from what I was understanding, it's very much like a coming of age story for a young lad, I believe. Like at least as far as the symbolism that I was picking up, it was a very like, it was very much focused on that, and I couldn't like relate much to it. So,
grab your sword.
Again,
Damn.
still very good show though. Hey! Wait. Cheska, did you just finish? Hang on, let me check. Did you just finish playing what I think you were playing? I thought so! Thank you so much for the raid, Cheska. Everyone, Cheska is a wonderful game dev friend of mine and streamer who plays a lot of similar games to us. So if you would like to, please give Cheska a follow and check him out over there because listen, you can never have enough good people. Good people playing wonderful games. That's how I feel. It's so good, wasn't it so good? I'm so excited for Arcade Spirits 2! Also, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Everyone, Cheska also participated in the game jam that I participated in a week. How long has it been? A couple weeks ago. I don't know anymore. 2 or 3 weeks maybe. I mean, Felrez, Vuvuzelan, and Basil Bay, thank you all for following. Enjoy your apprenticeships here. What are weeks? Oh yeah, to introduce myself, hi, I'm Kara. I go by Cheritomo Online. I'm a narrative designer for various video games and a variety streamer. We like to play chill, cozy games here. Sometimes we play narrative-based games that I analyze as a narrative designer, but to be honest, right now we're just playing Story of Seasons because I like it, and I have a big conspiracy theory about how this game was designed to be in first person instead of this third person kind of top-down perspective, and I'm like, I really think this conspiracy theory has legs. I'm just saying. Okay. Enjoy your studying, Alakazam. It feels like yesterday. Conspiracy. Okay, listen. I'm gonna go. Listen. I'm gonna go into town. So this game comes with a camera mode, which is interesting. But for this one mode, like, I'm gonna go into somebody's. Let me think. Who has a bachelor? You have a bachelor's and bachelorettes. Look how much this game was designed to be viewed in first person and not in third. Like, look at how much this design back here makes more sense from a first person perspective than from a third person perspective. Look, there's ceilings. Why would you put ceilings in a game when you have a top-down perspective? Look at the amount of detail that is in people's rooms. You can go around and you can make inferences about people's characters. This is one of the bachelor's rooms. You can make inferences about people's characters based off of what they have in the rooms, but you can't see most of the detailing when you're just walking around up here. There's a lot that points to the fact that basically they had technical difficulties getting this game to function in first-person mode. So they put all of this effort into designing these detailed areas where everything looks good from first person, but it looks weird from third person. Right? Everything is level with your eyes, and everything is accessible, and you start realizing why they probably had to move it. You don't know about this one? You start realizing why they probably had to move it. It's that it doesn't make sense for them to put so much money into making everything look so pretty from first person perspective just for the camera mode. You start to see why first person isn't a thing when you get out here and you start to see things popping into existence. The game already is really laggy in third person mode, and the draw distance is kind of small here. Everything is so pretty though. Everything is made to fit is made to perfectly fit. You could walk into any of the buildings. Normally when you have camera modes, you are not perfectly sized. You are not perfectly sized for a lot of these things, but listen. Why do they have this in the background if this is something that you would literally only see when you're in camera mode? It's fine, but it doesn't make sense to invest the money there. Everything is so cute, made with love. The scoping decisions there. I just want somebody to mod this game so I can play it in first person because it feels to me like it's supposed to be another Save the Homeland. My Nancy Drew is showing? Listen. My designer is showing. The me who was like, wait a second, why the heck would they spend this money on this only for a camera mode? There is no way that makes sense. I feel like they designed it to make it in first person. They couldn't actually put it in first person, so they added the camera mode to give purpose to all of the hard work they did in designing everything this way. And then on top of that, they were like, we want the camera mode to matter, we want people to use it, so we're gonna make the loading screens have images randomly generated from people all across the world's different photos. So now there's random photos from other players in the game, and then on top of that, you can take pictures of some things to put statues in the museum, in something that is definitely not an afterthought. Taking pictures is a not really a large part of the game. I'm gonna show you the section of the museum that has the statues for the spots for animal statues because there's not a lot of them. Normally on camera modes, the game just stops. The game keeps running here. Even just walking around here, everything. This is actually a much better way to get up to this area than this is. You can't see anything when you're doing this. There's no purpose for this connecting gallery up here, aside from literally connecting the two buildings, but you might as well have put that connection underneath the staircase so you can see where you're walking. You know what I mean? It's fine. You don't have to agree with my conspiracy theory, but I'm sitting here 110% on this conspiracy theory train. It was designed for Oculus. So this is the room where the animals that you take pictures of can go to. Yeah. So this is what the photos are for. This is the only thing that you can do with photos in the game, aside from taking photos to send out to the world. This is the only thing. It's just that everything is the right size. And also when you go into camera mode, you can suddenly see, everything cuts off halfway. It's fine. Look at this. Why is this only looks good in this mode. Everyone's at face level with you. Like, look at all these details. There's it's fine. The animals are very cute. It's true.
I'll support you.
Hi, Revly. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I am having a good stream. One artist was very invested. I'm all for it. I'm all for the level of detail. The other thing is, okay. The other thing is, and this is a mild spoiler for town development. Not really a big one, but like the development things that you can do in town only become obvious to you if you look at them in first person. Like you can upgrade the benches. So this is the upgraded bench, but look where the benches are. You don't really see the benches. You don't really see the benches. They upgrade the front of the town hall, but you can only see the front of the town hall when you're literally in front of it. And they upgrade the front of the town hall like 3 different times. So they want the front of the town hall and what it looks like to be important, but you can never really see it unless you're here. It's fine. It's fine. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm just saying that there's definite design indications all over the place that these people designed the game for first person and something must have happened in the middle. And my guess is that when they put it on the Switch, it started lagging because the game does have an issue with lag. And I've also seen other games that are like this struggle with lag on the Switch, so that's kind of that's my guess. I bet my new house looks really cool if I look at it with the camera. It was bothering me when I first started playing that there was so much space around. Like, I'm just like, everything's spaced really weirdly. If this is meant to be a third person game, like there's so much room around all the different objects, but it makes more sense. Oh, my house is like not that cute. It's all right. Look at Pumpkin. Pumpkin. It's definitely a limitation of the console. It's definitely a limitation of the console. There's been a lot of people having issues with lag trying to get their games onto the Switch. And I mean, if you think about it, a lot of games are making themselves for PC, for PlayStation 4 to 5, and for the Xbox One to whatever the new Xbox is, I forgot. And the Switch is like a generation behind all of those. Like the Switch is not as strong as the PS4. So porting games over has been an issue for a lot of developers. And I think for some reason, specifically with these kinds of 3D games, I think that just like the graphics card on the Switch is not up to this. It can't handle it. More like optimization for the console, but it comes out to the same thing. And like, to be honest with you, I don't know that, well, many marvelous games in the past have had issues with lag. Like, I don't know why. But a lot of Harvest Moon games have had issues with lag, especially games that are 3D, and they've been on like the DS and had lag, and they've been on like the GameCube and they've had lag. There's just a lot of games that for some reason have lag within the Harvest Moon / Story of Seasons grouping. I'm very excited to get the new fancy upgraded version of the Switch. That's definitely going to be coming out for sure. Just want things to work well. And possibly building an engine specifically for it. I have the feeling that Marvelous as a company probably doesn't like this game in particular could have been polished a lot. Like coming from me as a designer, like there's room for extra polish here, obviously, but like not all of that polish is going to make sense if you don't have the money. And Story of Seasons, especially like even after Stardew came out, because of the name change, Story of Seasons has had kind of a hard time getting its footing. I think that they've had a harder time getting that big of a budget, which is one of the reasons why I'm just kind of really hoping that this game does well, because I have a feeling that a lot of the limitations in these games aren't because like they intentionally want it to be this way. It's because they probably are a smaller company with a smaller like comparative team, with like tight turnarounds on how much money this farming game can make. Even though Stardew Valley proved that these games are very popular, a lot of people still don't even know Story of Seasons. I mean, a lot of people are, you know, a lot of people come into this stream and they're like, oh, is this game like a Stardew Valley? And I'm like, it's the series Stardew Valley was based on, in fact. So like that goes to show how much of like the hype around Stardew Valley didn't carry over into the rest of the farming sim genre. So I'm just kind of hoping. Oh, I got a giant sweet potato? What the hell? Sell it. Sell the giant sweet potato. Yeah, so I'm just kind of hoping. Porting games on an open engine isn't easy to downgrade particularly. I wonder how they're gonna do the Switch Pro though. Like, do you think old games are gonna work the same on the Switch Pro? Well, already trying to port things over onto the Switch, I have heard, is while easier than porting games over to Nintendo in the past has been, I've heard it's still kind of a big headache. Like, just trying to get it to run well on the Switch is kind of a big headache. So, yeah. New Switch exclusive. I kind of thought that would probably be the case, partially because, like, I mean, like, look at this. If this game is lagging, can you imagine, like, Breath of the Wild 2 or something? Like, I mean, Breath of the Wild 2 would probably be fine, but I bet your ass they're gonna come out with Breath of the Wild 2 at the same time that they come out with the new Switch. That's my bet. That's me placing my bingo for the next Nintendo Direct. When they announce more information about Breath of the Wild 2, they're also going to announce the new Switch, and they're going to announce a bunch of stuff for the Zelda anniversary. And they were gonna try and do that last month, but they're behind, so that's why they took one piece of the Zelda stuff that they were getting ready for the 50th anniversary, and they tossed it at us to tide us over. And those are the new Joy-Cons. I have so many conspiracy theories. It's fine, but I have so many of them. That's your theory too? That means that we're right. Nintendo seems pretty devoted to backwards compatibility. Yeah, I feel like all the old games would work on the new model. The cows are adorable. Splatoon 3 will be on the new one. I wonder. There's gotta be some games that are gonna be like in between, right? That are gonna be like in the ugly duckling stage where they just come out and, or they were in development and they're just not gonna work for the Switch Pro. But I believe, again, I have a lot of conspiracy theories, but I used to work for Did You Know Gaming, so I used to be up to date on like patents filed, which don't necessarily mean anything, but you can like pick up hints. When you do like a lot of research on stuff, you can start putting some shit together from behind the scenes. And all I'm gonna say is that like I feel very strongly, and I have good reason that I can't legally say on stream, but I'm pretty sure. I just feel very strong. They must have had this in development for at least the last 2 to 3 years. They must have had the new console in development for, as soon as the Switch came out, they probably started making their new console because that's how they do things. They do it immediately after like that. And I know there's certain things that Nintendo is gonna want to, like, the information about the new screens. We got new information about possible patents for new controllers, stuff like that. Oh yeah, I'm not with nah, coronavirus. I got laid off a while back. Is there a Nintendo thing tomorrow? What's the Nintendo thing tomorrow? What is it? What if we use the chip that just came out? Yeah. Well, that and like people immediately were like, oh, the battery life's not good, the screen's not that good, holding it's kind of weird. There were like complaints about the Switch from day one, and I'd imagine that they would have just wanted to fix that. And I also imagine, you gotta believe me, I bet that when the Switch Pro comes out, they're gonna market it as like the console for real gamers. Like if you're a real gamer, you get the Switch Pro. If you're an in-between, you get the Switch. If you're a baby, you get the Switch Lite so that you can't break it. You buy a Switch Lite for your kids. I believe this in my soul. The new NVIDIA chip to improve frame rates? Yeah, Nintendo doesn't tend to use cutting edge. Although, like, they might change that. One of, oh god. Was it Iwata? One of the Nintendo higher-ups' like, main regrets about the Wii is that he was like, no, we don't need to switch to HDMI. That technology's too new. And then, like, the year after the Wii came out, everything had HDMI, and the Wii just still had the little 3 analog plugs. And he was like, this was a mistake! I hate this! I regret it so much! So I wouldn't be surprised if they learned at some point that maybe they should take a little bit more risk than they had in the past. If the Switch Pro...
Hello.
Like, it depends on what they... Wow. It depends on what they're changing, right? Because, like, Nintendo files, like, a lot of patents. Like, Nintendo files a lot of patents, they've worked with a lot of manufacturers, and they... Basically, like, there's been a lot of rumors over the last few years about potential ways that the Switch Pro could be, but Nintendo is, like, kind of like Apple in that they just like to gather up a bunch of stuff and stow it away in case they want to use it someday, not necessarily because they're gonna use it. So Nintendo has like a lot of patents and a lot of, like, there were rumors about the new screens 2 years ago? Wait, what is 2 years ago now? In 2018, there were rumors about the new screens. And everybody thought that the Switch Pro was gonna come out by the end of that year, but it didn't. So why didn't it? Because they came out with the Switch Lite, and there were a lot of rumors saying that they were going to come out with another Switch at the same time, and they didn't. Why didn't they? Probably because they realized that it was going to be smarter to wait. Why was it smarter to wait? Could have been a market thing, could have been a supply thing, could have been a new tech thing that they wanted to incorporate into the Switch Pro. There's a lot of different reasons. Probably, if it were me, I wouldn't want to release 2 different versions of a Switch at the same time. I would want to give at least 2 years of breathing room so that people wouldn't get upset that they just bought a Switch Lite. HDMI was also terrible. Hoarding patents like a dragon. They have this one patent that, like, you know the controls on the... hang on. Oops. It's fine. Hang on, I'm trying to... There we go. Sorry. Let me turn this back on so that it doesn't look like we're staring at a dark abyss. You know, so Switch controller, right? There is a patent for... Excuse me. Thank you. There's a patent for this part here to bend here and be able to flex in this way. So basically, like, so that when you're holding on to it, you would be able to bend the top of it so that your fingers can bend. So that when you're holding it, your fingers can bend it this way instead of having to like have hand cramps from sitting like this playing. You'd be able to tilt it forward. Are they actually going to put that in the new Switch Pro? I doubt it. I highly fucking doubt they're going to put that in the new Switch Pro. That seems wild. There's so many moving parts. That would break immediately. They're already having enough problems with these Joy-Cons. But they have a patent for it, so they could, if they wanted to, theoretically. When you make games at a hardware level for consoles, it's not the same as swapping. That is definitely correct. Whoa, guys, I just got a bunch of kombucha. Hang on. Oh man, I don't know. Lavender kombucha? I'm gonna try the lavender kombucha. Zach went shopping. That's what happened. Nintendo switching to a new NVIDIA chip would be like swapping to a 2080 for a 3080. It's still going to use the same NVIDIA libraries. The Switch has like a weird, the new version of the same architecture, a bigger screen. So actually like the screen, yeah, what you're saying is right. The screen's going to be bigger, but like smaller at the same time. It's just going to be nice. Like it's going to look more Apple. It's gonna look like the difference between the old iPads and the new iPads. The screen's gonna be way bigger, right? The screen's gonna be way bigger, but with less of the black border on the sides. And I think that the backlight's probably gonna be stronger as well. That is my suspicion. The backlight's gonna be stronger. It's gonna come with more onboard storage, I bet, and also a way bigger battery, or a way more reliable battery, maybe because they improved the efficiency, because that's always a possibility there. It's fine. I'm gonna try this. Oh my god. Oh my god! I have no grip strength because I injured my wrists. Okay. Grip strength, go! Accumulate the power! I can do this, hang on. Okay, I got this. No, okay, hang on. I gotta find something that's grippy. This is not grippy, it is a mask. The coronavirus, I'm opening kombucha with a mask. That's where we're at. I got it. Hell yeah. AI upscaling to convert lower resolutions to higher resolutions. That sounds like 2H. That sounds like they're gonna include some backwards compatibility because the new screen is supposed to be 4K. You guys can't like see this, but it's this really pretty like blue through the bottle. It also smells like a bath product. Smells like the inside of Bed Bath & Beyond. Looks like a tiny, it's a very beautiful bottle. I'm probably gonna keep this bottle. How expensive was this? Oh shit. My doctor wants me to drink kombucha. Oh my god, that's delicious! That's great news! Oh my god, delicious kombucha for once. Switch uses a single chip for CPU, GPU. They're just gonna move on to the new one if these business sites are to be believed. The big report you said to... When was the big report that you said? Because there was a recent report that came out like a week ago that said 4K now. But I remember the one that said that it was a 720p OLED, and I remember that one coming out a couple years ago. But maybe there's an even newer report that talks about that. I mean, we don't know what they're working on. They could, like, theoretically, they could have 3 different prototypes of the Switch and be, like, arguing about which one they want to pick, depending on price and stuff. It was a few months ago. Wow, okay, then, like, definitely about a week ago. Here, let me see if I can find the 4K article. I haven't... 4K Switch. I haven't actually read it, so... could. Oh, Bloomberg. Okay, no, it's the same thing. Bloomberg sources say, so the screen on the handheld will be 720p, but you'll be able to play 4Play when you dock and connect to a TV. That's what it says. $720 with a 60 FPS locked and good boundary. It does sound like a Nintendo. Yeah. Yeah, right? Doesn't that sound great? They could be building the Switch Pro and prototype for the Switch successor at the same time. They definitely could be. Honestly, the Nintendo of now is very different from the Nintendo of back then. So, basically, like, after the Wii U, Nintendo rethought a bunch of stuff. I love how much knowledge I have so much, like, pointless knowledge of game companies from Digino Gaming. Like, I have so much random knowledge that I'm just like, it's fine. But yeah, basically, like, they really fundamentally changed a lot as a company when after the Wii U, because the Wii U was such a colossal failure. It was such a colossal failure, and, like, apparently Nintendo just has, like, stacks upon stacks of money that they have in their savings account, so they can, like, last forever even if they release a bad console. But, like, it was still bad enough that they rethought how they were existing as a company. Like, it was bad enough. It was bad. They really changed fundamentally. Yeah. Random knowledge equals second best knowledge. Random knowledge and once upon a time I might have worked for a company at Nintendo. So, you know, you pick things up. The Wii U bombed hard. The Wii U bombed really hard. The Wii U bombed, like, everything about the Wii U kind of bombed. Like, the way it was marketed bombed. The way that it interacted with non-first party titles was horrible. Like, nobody could really develop for the Wii U because nobody wanted to learn how to interface with one controller that was specific to the Wii U. It just didn't. For a console that nobody owned, so you weren't going to put a ton of extra money into developing for a Wii U gamepad when nobody owned the Wii U, so you have no target audience, really. Like, there was just a lot that went wrong there. I believe that, like, at the time, reports that I saw, that I read saw that they could last for 10 years. Yeah. And on top of that, you know, the CEO took a pay cut to make sure that the employees' salaries wouldn't be affected and stuff like that. There's a lot, like, listen, Nintendo has a lot of problems, but there's also a lot that I'm like, wow, good job. The Wii also had a dead period. Yeah, the Wii did. But, like, now the Switch, basically, like, I believe what ended up happening was that they went out and they hired a bunch of people who weren't game designers. Like, they went out and hired a bunch of people who weren't familiar with video games to, like, get their input and be like, what should we do now to try and, like, gain some new insight into what the market should be. Nintendo is a solid company. Like, they got problems, don't get me wrong, especially since they're the Disney of video games. But I live in Seattle. Nintendo of America's headquarters is around here. I've been there. I've talked to the people. I've known people who've worked at Nintendo of America. It's actually like there's a lot to really like about that company. A lot more than you could usually say for, like, other tech companies, I guess. Especially, like, in the area, you get to, like, compare and contrast, like, employee, employer. Like, they have so many... There's so much ability for different game companies, basically, to take advantage of people who grew up dreaming of working for them. Nintendo is a big one, but, like, you know, like Wizards of the Coast, Microsoft, there's all these companies that people grow up being like, oh, someday I really want to go and work for them. And like some companies take advantage of that. Nintendo Nintendo can in some cases, but not the same way that other companies do. Nintendo tries to treat its people fairly wherever it can, because it would be really bad PR if they didn't. Microsoft does some scummy shit. You miss being in the office? I miss it! I miss it, Connor. Like, I actually, like, honest to God, working there was like the most positive working, like in-office working experience I've ever had. It was a really nice place to be. Like it was just really nice. And like I felt valued as a human. And like considering what other companies are like, yeah, I have a lot of respect for Nintendo. Oh, are they? Did they get upgraded? Microsoft is way less than it used to, so there's that. I mean, y'all know that I'm never gonna feel that way about Microsoft. I'm just not. No company is gonna be perfect. That is definitely true. I'm glad you also miss it, Connor, because every now and then I'm like, Like, if I had to, I would definitely, like, if I, like, lost all my jobs, had no way of earning income, I'd go back. Hell yeah, I'd go back. That's not even a question. There was a lot about, like, those offices, too, that were, like, good for, like, yeah. Anyways. Like I said, Felrez, they're not perfect, and there is also, like, I hate to be that person, but, like, I'm a game dev. I gotta tell you honestly, there's good legal business reasons that Nintendo does that stuff. Does that mean that I necessarily agree with those decisions? Not necessarily, but it does mean that, like, they're, like, you have to keep in mind that Nintendo is based in Japan, and like IP theft and digital theft and stuff like that is so much worse in Japan than it is in America that they just crack down on it all across the board. They just crack down on it all across the board. Especially with Nintendo, because Nintendo is such a strong brand image. They have a lot of like there have been so many stories of like of like, man, there's been a lot. And so like I think Nintendo has just become like ban it all, because there's no other way for us to like properly enforce this. They're really strict on any kind of like downloading, re-uploading games, on any kind of IP theft. Like they're just really, really strict on all of that. Should they be? But they are. And they have legal reason to be, especially in Japan. So they're that's why I called them the Disney. They're the Disney. Like Disney also is gonna stop. Like Nintendo, Apple, and Disney are all very similar companies because they all like really place a lot of like economic importance on their brand image. They all really want you to have positive associations with their brand image. Like maybe less so with Apple. Apple more wants to be like, Apple wants to be known as like the cool, slick, chic, like environmentally friendly, liberal. Like Apple's maybe not worried about people feeling positively towards them, but they all three have really strong brand images that they're gonna do whatever it takes to protect, and all three of them really crack down hard on anybody who even pretends. Like, you release a press release at the wrong time, you're banned. You like put an Apple sticker on something it shouldn't be on, you're banned. You dress up a certain way near a Disney park, you're kicked out. Like, it's just all around the board. They're really strict about it because their brand image is such a strong driver of sales for them. And that's their product strategy. I don't know. That's all I can tell you. That's just how they've done it. Apple wants you. Oh yeah. I would agree with that. I think they do want you. They want you to think of them as innovative, right? You just wonder what good sending cease and desist letters to small indies does the world. Well, Nintendo has actually done a lot of work for indies. Nintendo and Riot have done a lot more. I'm sorry, Nintendo and Epic, not Riot. Nintendo and Epic have done a lot for indie games, actually. It just specifically not indie games that are stealing, that are using their IPs, which they have the legal right to do because you're not actually allowed to create something using someone else's IP. A lot of companies will turn a blind eye to that, but it comes to a certain point, like, especially when it comes to trademark law. When it comes to trademark law, if you don't clap down on every single person who is violating your trade right, you will lose the ability to defend your trademark in court. So if you don't come down on everybody who's using your IP, you don't get to keep your IP. That's how we have it set up in America. That's how our trademark laws work. It's either nobody can use it but you, or everybody can use it. There's no in between. We just don't allow for that legal gray area. We just don't. So I think that's part of it too. I think they're trying to defend. Like, I'd imagine Nintendo has a lot more trademarks than like Sony does or Microsoft does, because like Sony and Microsoft don't have like what? Microsoft's got a Banjo now, and I guess like the Master Chief, like the Halo. Wait, yeah, that's Microsoft, right? Like they don't have like really strong. I guess like Squeenix has Lightning. Like there's not a lot of trademarks there to like defend, you know? I'm trying to think. I'm also like not a big like Xbox game. Are there like brands that are for like Xbox and PlayStation that I'm just like Apple reminds you of Eva from WALL-E. That's real. But the heart was in WALL-E, not Eva. If you don't protect your IP, it can be used against you if someone bigger decides to take your IP. Yeah. You haven't done IP law in a long time, but you think even if you don't make money off of it, you can be sued. Yeah, that is correct. It's just, yeah. Yeah, you can be sued even for a free game because you're infringing on the ideas. Now, you can have a really should the law be that way? I think that's a more interesting conversation than like, is Nintendo right for cracking down on fan games? Because like, basically yes, they're in the right. Like, they're in the right legally. They might not be in the right in the public's eye, but they have every right to do what they do. And like, if it were happening to a smaller company, nobody would be upset. Everybody would be like, yeah, don't let other people take your work. Don't let other people market a product that people might think came from you but isn't actually from you, right? That can do a lot of harm to like people's reputations. So they're legally and business-wise, they're in the right. Should the law work that way? I think is a more useful question. Like Temtem 2H. There's a lot, like Temtem and Ooblets. There's a lot of Pokemon-esque games. Or like Stardew for Story of Seasons. Yeah, Cadence of Hyrule, yeah. Hoover. Oh, Google is becoming that, Harvest. They're actually like, they're trying to see whether Google can keep their trademark for Google, because Google has become like, I'll Google it. It's a verb now, so like they might lose their trademark over Google, which is hilarious. Yeah, small kids get confused, yeah. They've got all of FF7. Oh yeah, Square's new brand image is Final Fantasy VII. You right. Yeah, Fable was Xbox exclusive, but I don't think they want to brand themselves as Fable anymore. So Conquer, Battletoads, and Banjo. Oh, Minecraft. I never, but like, you don't, do you guys think of Minecraft as a Microsoft, like, they have these characters, but do you think of them the same way that like Mario is a Nintendo character? Do you think of Minecraft as a Microsoft, like Minecraft Steve as a Microsoft character? Cause you might, I don't I don't play a lot of them. Free fan games, they usually get the game out there for long enough that others will continue passing it around anyways. Yeah, Google's been trying to fight that for about 15 years now. Xeroxing, chapstick. Yeah, there's a lot of that in America. You kind of do? Oh, wow. I don't at all, but... Ah. Excuse me. Yeah, like, so it's like hard for me, it's hard for me when it comes to like IP theft and stuff like that because I naturally am gonna sympathize with the person who's having their IP being stolen because like I don't talk about this a lot and I'm not going to talk about it in any detail because there's nothing good in it for me to talk about this publicly, but I have had something that I created stolen. And so I like know what that's like and it's fucking awful. It's horrible. Like I am just gonna kind of like my sympathies will naturally tend towards no, that person is allowed to protect their IP. I don't care if they're a big company or a small company. Like protect that IP. Like, But that's because I have personal experience in it, right? So like I feel really strongly that if it's your intellectual property, nobody else should be able to take it from you. Big company shouldn't take it from you. Small company shouldn't take it from you. It's yours. I feel very strongly about that, but obviously I have personal experience there, so that's why I'm gonna feel very strongly about that. I'm also a creative. I want my ideas to be protected too. So I don't want anything to happen necessarily, like, I don't want to lose my protections in going after a bigger company, even though bigger companies are more able to abuse those protections just because they've got the money to. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, it's a bad feeling. Yeah, it like really... I'm like, I'm not over it, and I'm probably never gonna be because it like, it hurts, and like, especially when like, man, never mind, can't talk about it, but you know. Heavily impacted my life, so you know, I feel that way. Even though Nintendo doesn't need to do, well, legally they gotta do it, but yeah. Once we hit the 75, see now that 2H, like I feel like this whole discussion would be less charged if we didn't have the whole like 70, like author's death plus 75 years thing. Because I really believe that you should be able to collaborate on other people's stories. I just like, not for 200 years, like what is that? That's, like we should be able to make spin-off Pokemon games. We should be able to write books in the world of Percy Jackson and stuff like you should be able to do stuff like that within a reasonable time frame. Not like never in our lifetimes. Make it gonna be Disney forever. You never truly will be. It feels violent. I'm sorry that you've been through that too, Chip. That like really sucks, but it also kind of makes me feel a little bit better that like, cause like you've still been very successful in your life, and so that it makes me feel a little bit better that like, you know, sometimes it gets in your head. You're afraid that if you will have to make some version. You will have some. I mean, I guess you can never. Rich Kid Maya, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. I guess you can never super know for sure, Violet, but generally speaking, people who become fans of your work are gonna become fans, like, because they share the same values of your work. So you're not always, but like generally. But ultimately, you can't have control over who likes your work, so there you go. That's fair. I might sometime. Maybe not today, but I might sometime, because it just, like, eats at me. Disney gonna be California and Florida government when the US disbands. Yeah. Nintendo's certainly profiting a lot off of Disney's copyright laws. But yeah, yeah. I understand. I guess it's also because like I have somewhat of an idea of how things are thought of in Japan and like the issues that they're dealing with in Japan. So that's why I'm just like, I mean, I'm not really gonna get upset. Like, Nintendo's gonna do stuff, and the stuff that they do is sometimes gonna shoot themselves in the foot. Like, they're gonna be like, no tournaments here. And I'm like, well, okay, maybe you should have some tournaments, but also, like, I'm not gonna get, like, I don't know. People keep getting mad at Nintendo for doing that kind of thing, and I'm like, but we know that Nintendo is... We already knew that they're like this. You know, people get mad at Nintendo, but I'm also like, but they've always been this way. Why did you think that they changed? Dealing with China is a whole thing. Yeah, that's very true. Japan they just have like a ton of different issues. Like did you guys know that like Japanese kids don't steal their parents' credit cards to buy video games? Japanese kids don't steal their parents' credit cards. Japanese kids don't steal their parents' credit cards to the point that companies in Japan thought that Americans were lying to them when they said that this happened, and like at first refused to give refunds to the parents because they were just like, what child would do that? You're lying. You're lying just so that you can play the games and get your money back. Like that's what they thought. That's how different the landscapes are between Japan and America. It's just that they didn't believe that kids stole credit cards so they wouldn't give people refunds. They did eventually, but like, wild. Left alone at their schools to clean. Japanese kids are sent, like there's a tradition in Japan apparently, where when your kid is like 4 or 5, you send them to a shop to buy something by themselves to teach them about independence. You like let them leave the house on their own, and they go to a store and buy something. And nobody bothers them. Like, what? Ooh. Just very different. Is it because Japan is mostly it's because kids, like, the culture is fundamentally different. From what I understand, it's legitimately just because Japanese kids respect their parents too much. Like, it's seen as too big of a betrayal of trust. Like, you just wouldn't do that. It's just... Like, I think, like, so, like, again, coming at this from, like, having been born in Germany and then also grown up in America, I don't think a lot of like us here on this like North American continent, I don't think a lot of us realize how much our culture has like deeply embedded like selfishness as kind of a virtue in some ways. That sounds very loaded. I'm gonna explain. Oh, hang on, I'm reading this. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cute, Chip. Yeah, you can't copyright a genre. You can't. I agree, 2H. I guess, so, like, I guess it's just that, like, we forget, like, in other countries, it's illegal to advertise to children, for one. Like, in some other countries, it's illegal to advertise to kids. So, first of all, we're not creating that, they're not, like, creating that desire in kids. They're not making them feel like they're missing out if they're not playing a game. They're not In a lot of other countries, they protect what kinds of microtransactions are allowed to be in games because they know that kids will fall for them really easily. There's like a lot of protections around like how you are legally allowed to interact with children because they're like a protected class because their brains haven't fully developed, right? And then on top of that, culturally speaking, there's this level of individualism in America. There's this level of our roots go back to saying fuck you to Britain and then overthrowing a colony, and like you can tell by our culture, like we just are a culture of fuck you, like a little bit. We very much pride individualism. We pride taking risks. We like portray in movies and TV shows like the renegade, like detective who doesn't obey the rules but gets the job done. Like we glorify a lot of these things in ways that aren't glorified in other countries. That's why a lot of other countries really like watching cowboy movies, because like cowboy movies are all about like screw you, I do what I want, and like that's like that's like not really like how people think in a lot of places, I guess. I'm like struggling to communicate this properly, I feel like, but Japan is also a lot safer than America. Humanist and Randian. That the much shorter way to say it. Yeah, you're right, Violet. Yeah, American culture tends to be very individualist. We don't have a concept of community responsibility. We don't have the concept of like we don't have critical thinking. We don't have critical thinking baked into our culture in a lot of the ways that other cultures do. And like, man, like our education systems lack that component. Like because we've got like the standardized test system, right? We lack the component of critical thinking that some like that. My most direct comparison is Germany because so a lot of German schools go about teaching things differently because they want to have they actually want to have an educated populace when everybody grows up. Not really us. We like defund education, so. Yeah, there's like a weird thing about that here, Chase, too, where it's like, it's basically, unless you're if you're female presenting, then it's fine. If you're like women presenting, then you can go up and be concerned about a kid and nobody's gonna really think of it weird. But if you're like if you're male presenting, don't go up and talk to a kid because it's gonna look bad. And even then, it's like a little weird when a woman presenting person goes up and talks to a kid too, but like, for some reason we're like fine. We're like, she's obviously gonna help the child. But like with men, we're like, he's gonna murder the baby, which like, statistically speaking, I mean, I think the fact that when coronavirus is over, we are not going to transition into wearing masks when we're sick, or at least like half of our population isn't. I think that kind of says something. We just like, I really wish that I knew though how to get more of the community-focused ambition into America, because I would like it. I imagine that it would, right? Because like in that way it's like it's similar to like whenever I was around my dad, my dad is black, and so there would be people who would be unhappy with his presence in certain areas. And so like I feel like even though I've never been looked at weird for that reason, I do understand the like look of like disgust / fear that crosses people's eyes in those kinds of situations. Chip. Yeah. I mean, we as a culture, as a whole, we distrust men, and the unfortunate thing is that, like, statistically speaking, if you're looking at crimes, like, it is the correct way to go. Distrusting men is the correct way to go, not because not all men do crimes, but because the majority of crime doers be men, and the weird thing is that we've all just decided to live with the fear instead of, like, doing something about it. Like, that's the weird part about America that I don't think people get. The weird thing is not that, like, way more men in America commit, like, crimes of violence against women and children than, like, any other, like, particular group. The weird thing is that we all know about it, and, like, it's to the point now that we're actively distrusting one another as strangers, and we're just letting it be that way. Like, as a country, at least, we're just like, yeah, that's fine. Let's just not do anything to, like, fix this innate distrust that is happening across America. It's fine, but America's wild. What? We Americans can't be the threat. Yeah, that's very real, Chase. That happened to me with my dad as well. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder, because if you're a young child and you're exposed to that as a young child, that would be bad. Because most of the vitriol is definitely meant for adult men. But if you're like, imagine if you're 12 like I was, and like I was when I got sexually harassed in Warcraft 3, like that fucked me up a little bit. And so a similar thing happening to a young boy would probably also mess him up. You just have sleepovers / stay in hotels and never cared. I mean, right, Angel? If you look kind, you can get away with a lot, which is also just an interesting reflection on, like, how people think. We take so much from movies that I don't like. If you're pretty, then people are just gonna assume you're a good person, and so go ahead and help the child. Like, it's just like The opposite can happen to boys where they think men are bad, so you guess I'm bad too. Yeah. Ah! Oh, my bad. And it shouldn't be that way. The whole reason. Hey, hello, nurse. We're having discussions about the world right now. You're a resting friendly face? Yeah. Good-looking people get away with a lot. Good-looking people get away with a lot. On Running Man, so the Korean variety show that I love to watch, on Running Man, there's this joke. So Korea's still a pretty patriarchal society, right? So keep that in mind when I tell this joke. But there's this joke that so they have like celebrity guests on Running Man, and when they have a lady on the show, there's in Korea, it's very normal to comment on people's appearances. Just as a preface, it's very normal to comment on people's appearances in Korea. So when they have like a pretty person versus an ugly person on a show, they just talk about it, and it's fine, and they like make jokes about it, and it's like strange for us, but that's really common in Asia actually, so it's fine. But one of the things that they do is when there's like a really pretty woman on the show, like the leader will start to make jokes about how basically all pretty women who come on the show have a certain kind of temper to them, and like I have it too, so I understand, but it's like they have a certain kind of temper to them where they're like more impatient than an average person would be. They're like a little bit more aggressive than an average person would be because they're pretty enough that they can get away with it. Like in patriarchal Korea, the women are pretty enough that they can be more aggressive and angry and outspoken, and people won't say anything because they're pretty enough that it like tempers the frustration. People just want to give them what they want. And it's like wild, but it's very true. I've seen like 200 episodes of that show. It's super accurate. Pretty and rich people can get away with a lot. They really can. You've been verbally attacked just for being a man that exists by someone who is angry. You opened the door once for a group of several people, men and women, and got yelled at by one person for being misogynistic. Apparently you... I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, why are people yelling at people for... It's... Oh, God. Just... It's fine. It's just an... It's fine. It's fine, but, like, I just... Sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you, Chip. You've had 0 threat intimidation level. Good convos, it goes to unexpected places. That's the stream. I open doors for a lot of people as well. So a Karen. Yeah, comments on physical appearance are very normal. They'll call someone fat and they look like everyone else. God, yeah, no. The concept of like what is fat and thin in Asian culture is very, very different, especially because like our body types are just kind of fundamentally different. Like we've just grown to be different. Like Americans are bigger. Like we're just like taller, we are wider, our bones generally are bigger. Like we just are bigger in a lot of ways that are like kind of like just Japanese clothes don't fit people is what I'm saying. If you go to Asia, you're gonna have a hard time buying clothes. If you live in Asia, everybody knows this. As a Westerner. So yeah, it's very normal for them to comment on people's appearance. Commenting on like, oh, are you sick today? Like you've gained a little bit of weight, stuff like that in Asia is seen as you taking care of someone. Actually, it's seen as you trying to express concern for them. It's like in a lot of stuff, they use the community power to deal with a lot of societal issues, and so health is one of those. So they feel like they're helping by letting their friend know that it seems like they've gained some weight, so maybe they should be careful and make sure they stay healthy. Also, just in different, like depending on the kinds of country, like in Vietnam where I was, you just comment on people's bodies. Like, it's just what you do. You just are allowed to say whatever the fuck you want wherever you are. That's just how the culture is. You're just say whatever you want. There's, like, nothing to be scared of, I guess. You can just say whatever. Yeah, so different cultures there as well. In America, like, I was actually kind of, like, it took me a little bit to, like, figure that out about America, that like even to this day I'm more likely to give people compliments about like their outfits or their shoes or their clothes or something than most people, because I feel like there's such a weird thing now in America about talking about anybody's appearance, even if it's in a positive way, and like that is just not, like, I get why that is a thing, but it's also not something that, like I think my perspectives are on that are a little bit more European, so I'm just kind of like, yeah, it like, I don't fully understand it, except that I understand that, like, America sucks in a lot of ways. So I see why, like, now it's taboo, people can't talk about it. There's a lot of the Karen energy in Silicon Valley with the doors opening? Oh God, that's That's low. That's low, hello nurse. Mind your own business, guy. Fashion is more size inclusive in Japan? Oh, that's nice. You're afraid they'll think you're coming on to them. That Metal Corpse, you know what? That's probably actually fair. And like I can say I'm comfortable with compliments, but like there are a lot of women who like no matter what, and like it's not anybody's fault. It's just that like, you know, going outside as a woman, you get a lot of people creeping. So if it can be really hard to know whether someone is creeping on you or not. So I understand that too. And it's probably not even a bad idea. Oh, thank you for the update, Mysteria. And a hi! Sometimes earned, sometimes very much not. Yeah. Well, I mean, so the thing, the anti-male sentiment, you say sometimes earned by that particular person, sometimes not earned by that particular person. I don't know anybody, because like I know people who are like really, who have been like, they're better now, but like I know people who have in the past been like vitriolically anti-men, like vitriolic, like the kind of person who would yell at you for holding a door open, like just really like stay the heck away from me. And those people all were survivors. So maybe I can't say that I don't know anybody who like hasn't like lashed out at people for no reason, because I'm sure I know somebody and I've just never seen them in that moment, right? I'm sure I know somebody who's done that and I've just never been around them when they've done that. But yeah, it's hard. I don't know. It's hard for me because but you're not posting them publicly. That's fair. If you compliment your clothes, you can't make it weird. Oh. Hi, Svenna, hi! Oh, I hope you enjoyed your D&D session. You try to comment about a boyfriend before you give someone a compliment? That's kind of smart. That's kind of smart. For me, I think, like, I can, you know, I can just get away with complimenting people without people thinking that I'm coming on to them because I just lack the energy of a person who is coming on to another person. I'm just like, wah! I'm too demisexual for this. I have no energy for that. Yeah. I feel that way, Violet. Yeah. Working stressful retail jobs. Yeah. You're doing a great job. I like to do that too. Some people do suck at compliments. Some people's compliments are like some people like have you ever gotten a compliment that's given you an insecurity? Because I have. Have you ever gotten a compliment where someone's like, wow, this particular aspect of your body sure is small, and you're like, what? I didn't know that part of my body was like smaller than most. What are you talking? What? Why are you giving me this new information? Why? Choice is not appearance, yeah. That's what I do. That's what I do too. I compliment about their outfit or their shoes or like the way they've styled their hair, something like that. But not... Hey! Aw! Thank you for continuing your sub, Savannah. Welcome back to the fold. On a picture of your baby daughter... Wow, what the hell? People are wild. People are wilding out here. People are doing whatever. Clearly. Yeah. BRB, emptying water. I would agree with that, Chase. That's what I've learned from being in America. I've learned from being in America that you compliment objects, not people, which is interesting, but also like, all right, that's how it works in America. That's how it works in America. But even then, I'm still the most likely of anyone to give people compliments, like, about that still. And I'm just like, I just think it's fine. It's just like a cultural difference that, like, I understand it. I know how to operate within it. I don't make people feel uncomfortable, but it doesn't make sense to me in an organic way, and that's fine. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. I'm only like half American, so it's fine. It's just, it's, yeah. Ah! Cheers, Harvest. I agree. I don't hollowly compliment people, but I really like complimenting people. Like, I just feel like I know what I feel like when I get a compliment from a stranger. And, like, as long as the compliment isn't creepy, it, like, makes me happy for the rest of the day. So whenever I see something that I really like about a stranger, I want to tell the stranger. I want to be like, yo, your shoes are freaking awesome. Or I want to be like, yo, that was a really nice thing that you did back there. I saw that. Good job being nice. Yeah, it's just, America's interesting. We're like, oh, hello. Spirit Festival. Oh, I love launching lanterns. A cool girl at Target telling you she loved your hair. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We're like, man, I just feel like America's, like, at this point, we distrust each other so much that there's, like, a lack of friendliness even between strangers. And that's weird to me, is all I'm trying to say. Like, it's just like, I've lived in other places and I've visited other places, so I know that, like, America is the only place that I've been where distrusting other people to this extent makes sense. Like, I've been to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other countries, and America's the only place where we, like, hate each other so much, and we're, like, scared to talk to each other, and we distrust each other, and we feel like we're potentially gonna die all the time, and that's because America's messed up in a lot of ways, but it's weird. You don't talk to people on public transit? That's interesting. U.S. individualism gives us weird antisocial tendency. I don't actually know that it's in the individualism as much as it is, like, you know, the violence in America that makes us afraid of each other. How did you do? Whoa, okay. Man, old people just be out there. I mean, there's been, but not to bother them. It's like a, you gotta read the situation. I mean, I don't think that it's that people are looking for an excuse to be offended or angry, because, like, here's the thing. We got angry people fucking all over America, right? We got, like, I would say most of America is angry people. Like, most of America right now is really angry people. And that's, like, both sides of the political spectrum. That's, like, all kinds of people. There's a lot of people who are angry right now. But the reason that like, everyone is so angry, and the reason it's been so bad, is because we've had a lot of problems fundamentally in America that we haven't fixed. And we've been letting people fall behind. We've been letting people fall into poverty. We've been letting people struggle with their health without doing anything to help them. We've been letting people experience all kinds of, like, sexual harassment and assault without giving them any access to anything that's gonna make that better. Like, we've been letting poor communities and, like, rural communities just die off with people trapped there and no way to escape. Like, we've just let people suffer. And there's this thing where, like, as people experience more trauma, they start to act in really strange ways. It's called PTSD, but it can happen en masse for an entire nation. Mass PTSD is a thing. And when you have a lot of people who have been through extremely traumatic experiences without any kind of community support or any kind of governmental support to help them, and then on top of that, you don't even offer them free mental health therapy so that they can get out there and fix themselves, then what you end up with, and on top of that, we've defunded our educational systems for like years on end now, so we're not funding like critical thinking, then what you get is you get a bunch of people who have had horrible experiences, who are upset, they're angry, they feel powerless, they're fearful, they feel trapped, they feel scared, and people, when they feel this way, lash out at anything, at anyone. They lash out at people that they feel like are responsible for it, regardless of whether they actually are. That's how humans work. So I don't understand, like, the part that I don't understand is how we got to 2020 and then everybody's like, wow, why is it so bad all of a sudden? I'm like, what do you mean all of a sudden? It's been this way. It's been getting worse over time and no one did anything to stop it. That's why it's so bad now, because it keeps getting worse. And like, when people are pushed into the spot where they feel powerless, they get aggressive. That's just like very basic fundamental humans. So when you have mass failures in a country, people are mass going to get angry, and they're mass going to like start turning towards more extreme ideologies that make them feel powerful, whatever that ideology is. Yeah. Scrolling back up to catch up. Oh, so it's all old people? Man, I can't wait until I'm an old person so I can retire with other old millennials, though. Can you imagine how fun millennials are gonna be when we're old? We do have a clash of cultures. There's been a very dramatic cultural shift in a small amount of time. Yeah, so it's, that's kind of, the thing is that this is like, America's societally is like this because of a systemic failure. It's not really because of, we're not like this because of each other. It's like a macrocosm of the thing that I was talking about earlier. When you have this epidemic of male on female violence that has been going on in our country for like kind of forever, and we haven't really done that much to like stop that from happening. So now everybody is fucking afraid and scared of men all the time, and now there's this counteracting wave of anti-men hate. Should that be a thing? I mean, like, in an ideal world, that wouldn't be a thing. In an ideal world, what we would have done is we would have put, like, more effective laws and safeguards into place so that these male-on-female crimes happened a lot less, and then people wouldn't need to feel afraid of the men in their vicinity. We wouldn't need to be worried about that kind of thing. But because that's where it is, and it's only gotten worse over time, and it's, like, continuing to get worse because now we have, like, you know, we got MRAs, and we got incels, and we got white nationalists, and it's just kind of gotten worse and like louder about how much worse it's gotten. So the sentiment is just getting worse. And like, the solution here is to cut the root problem. The solution here is not to like, I don't think this is a thing that we can culturally solve ourselves, because the problem is that we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other in America. We don't trust anyone. Like, we don't trust men, but we also don't trust anyone. We just especially don't trust men, but we don't trust anybody in America, and that's the real problem. Me, fix it. The old folks' home is going to be full of Smash Bros. And Halo tournaments, and Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. You take the Dixie cup and go, this bitch empty, yeet! Oh, good! Yeah, take your pills if you haven't taken your pills. I mean, anyways, that's why you guys should vote, and you guys should get active on a local level with your local communities, because it's important to solve the problems that are happening locally to help, fix a lot of the problems that are going on. I I don't know, it just seems very obvious to me, but also, like, I'm sure it's way more complicated than this, but I do think that fundamentally a lack of trust in each other and in the world is, like, a big part of why everything is rough for us. We sure do live in a society. We're gonna try to retire. We're gonna try. I mean, another way to put it is that I don't think that it's a coincidence that a lot of these tensions that we were all experiencing in America got worse after 2008. I don't think it's odd that every, like, major impact we've had in America, coronavirus, the 2008 financial crisis, Twin Tower attacks, like, I don't think it's a surprise that after all of these, like, Americans' trust in each other and in America as a whole weakened, and coincidentally, life just got worse. Like, life just got worse for a lot of people, and like felt worse for people. More specifically, I mean, they also got worse, but, like, felt worse for people. Anyways. The system has been failing certain people for a long time, and over time it's begun to fail more people over time. So I do agree that I think that, like, what has happened now is that there's so many failures at once, and they're all getting a lot more visibility than they ever were in the past. Like, now we are listening to the voices of minorities a lot more than we used to. We are listening to the voices of gay people a lot more than we used to. We are paying more attention to things that, like, in the 90s and the early 2000s we would ignore. So hopefully that means that progress can happen and that we can come up with solutions so that we're not leaving people feeling so powerless as we currently are, and we're not leaving people to feel that they need to lash out at each other and that they need and like so scared that everything is a threat. We're all gonna go around on segways when we're old. We're gonna go ride on segways. Having metalcore, having spent some time in Vietnam, I can agree with that. I was definitely like, I am glad to be in a democratic country. Like, I was definitely like, oh, for the first time, I really understand that there's a lot here that I take for granted. You trust only frogs. Blackberry Pie, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. Also, Mib Zayla, I think I missed you before, but thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here as well. Stolen Bird Scooters. I want to ride a freaking... Oh, okay, I know. When I get old, and I'm an old person, and I gotta be old, I want to have a little moped that I ride around the retirement community with, and I go visit my friends in their little retirement houses on my moped. That's what I want. Mopeds are really fun! What color would my moped be? Lavender. If I could get it, or I'd pick like the nicest color that's closest. Never end also this year. Relatable. Hatsune Miku color. That's a solid color. I just this is why I'm not gonna have kids, because I don't want none of my kids being like, Grandma, you gotta go in a nursing home. I'll be like, bitch. No. I don't want it. I pay a lot of attention to old people. I like read a lot of studies about old people and life and old age, and I pay a lot of attention to old people because, you know, another group in society that like gets whose needs largely get ignored, or for some reason like old people are treated like they're all like babies. Old people get treated like they're babies, and I just don't get it. It's fine. I feel like it's another one of those American things. But like, I love old people. I'm so excited to be an old person. Oh, I'm sorry, Chip. Is it like too much work? Never mind, you don't have to answer that. I take that back. Some nursing homes are lit. They had a huge library. Some nursing homes are lit, you're right. But like, I don't know that like, I don't know, unless my kid gets famous and earns a bunch of money, are they gonna be able to afford me to put me in the lit nursing home? What do I gotta do, make my kid become a doctor? An arcade and a DDR machine? Who wear feather hats and drink whiskey sours. Sounds great. Sounds great to me. Which one grows in autumn and winter? Carrots. Just carrots. Just carrots. All right, carrots it is. That's fair. That's fair. And you want to be sure. You want to be sure that you got the right person. That's definitely true. It's not a decision you can be too cautious about. I feel like. Oh, I was gonna go to the museum. Kuchen? Cake? What about it? Which is that? Are you trying to bake a specific type? I don't know if there is maybe a specific type that goes under. Is used in other languages as the name for different types of savory sweets or desserts. Okay. Kuchen means cake in German, so that's why I was like, I'm not sure which cake you mean. Oh, are you doing like Erdbeerkuchen? Let me see if I can find you a picture of Erdbeerkuchen. It's my favorite cake because my grandma used to make it for us and she was really good at it. No, okay, but I'm looking for like the real Erdbeerkuchen. I'm looking for the gelatin Erdbeerkuchen. Thank you. Where is my gelatin Erdbeerkuchen? Where is it? Here, this is it. I'm gonna send you and I'm gonna show you. Wait, I could just show it on stream. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's like, I'm gonna post a link in chat. No, I'm gonna show you guys using the medium I have at my disposal. Bam! Erdbeerkuchen! Erdbeerkuchen! I have some recipes for my grandma, but I do not have a recipe for Erdbeerkuchen. And I'm sad about it. You want that in your face. A German pie 60 years ago and still hasn't been able to find it. Does he know what kind, do you know what kind of stuff was in the pie? I might be able to help. It's like a tart, so like it depends, because you can make this like a cake and you can also make it like a pie, and like basically like you have like a layer of kind of like sponge cake, and then you have a layer of cream, and then you have the layer of strawberries. You have the layer of strawberries in the gelatin, and like it depends on like how much, what proportions you put depends on the baker, and like whether it's cake or pie also depends on the baker. A lot of people use pie crust just because it's like less likely to leak. This one has the crust batter poured on top and baked. Fruit in the middle. There's a lot of different German pies that are like that. Like in the middle layer, there's a lot of different. That's just kind of like a style of pie, but like you might need to try learning to make that. Here, let me it's Erdbeerkuchen. That's how you spell it, Erdbeerkuchen. Mit Erdbeerguss. Yeah, there's a lot of sugar in this. I'm like warning you. But like if you Google Erdbeerkuchen, you'll be able to find a recipe for this kind of thing, because just make sure that like when you're looking at it, make sure it has the gelatin in it, because like some of these are just like cakes with strawberries on top. The one that I'm familiar with that is the German has the gelatin like layer. And I love it so much, and I miss my grandma. Is that a normal pie crust? Oh yeah, go ahead and post a link. All right, I should take the image off. Boop. Probably a normal pie crust, probably. The top crust batter would pour in and get all around the fruit. Okay. I don't know the name for that, but I have had it before. Kuchen, German plum cake. Oh my god, I love plums. Oh, this! So my grandma was just kind of like really good at making a lot of shit. She's made something like this too. More so with apples than with plums. But yeah, this is... Man, that looks good. I, unfortunately, am not gonna have any tips for you because I've never made this with my grandma. Except to say that it's gonna taste fucking good. Like, just follow the instructions. Follow the instructions and it should go fine. Don't try to, like, get fancy and add anything in. Because, German sweets... I mean, this is like a blanket statement, but, like, basically, like, the kinds of things that Germans, like... We're not, like, the palate is not as much sugar focused, I guess, in Germany. So like if you're a person who like sweets are too sweet for you, German sweets are generally really good. Or scale it down and put it in an inventory slot. Chocolate and vanilla layered wafer cake. Oh my god. And he thinks that's the one. Ooh, good! Good. I mean, honestly, honest to god, Amfiguri, you showed him the picture of the one that you got? Honest to god. Excuse me. That's gonna be great. That's gonna be great. Good luck. Yeah, post pictures or like share it if you would like to when you're done. Post. I would love to know. I would love to know. Hi, Derek. I'd love to know how that comes out. Like, man, I gotta find someone to speak German with, because I haven't spoken German in too long, and I'm worried I'm losing it. Every now and then I go on to Duolingo and I'm like, teach me how to speak German, and then I'm like, I don't know why I'm doing this on Duolingo. Just trying not to lose any of it, but thank you. Yeah, the plum cake looks really good. Somebody make Erdbeerkuchen. I promise you have no idea how delicious it is. The sponge cake is so moist. It's fine. It's definitely my favorite cake ever. Okay. Calm. People make fun of the German language all the time for being so Schmetterling, like that kind of thing, but like, oh, that's so pretty. Y'all gotta listen to German outside of movies, alright? Y'all just gotta listen to German outside of movies. Oh, well, no, but I told you, the Erdbeerkuchen is not usually a pie. It's usually a cake. The image that I saw was just one where you could really clearly see the gelatin. But, like, that's it. I'm getting another image because I must fight for my favorite cake. I must fight for my favorite cake. It's too late, JL. You and everyone else is doomed to see another strawberry cake. Bam! Oh, it's so tiny. Bam! Oh, it's so grainy. Anyways, look. It can be sponge. Look at it. This is such a grainy, horrible image. Alright, I'm turning it off. And the language wasn't nearly as aggressive as initial impressions imply. Indeed. Flowers in the cake. That part is not necessarily traditional, but yes, you can. You're not looking! Eat Erdbeerkuchen! There's so many different recipes and so many different takes on it. You can definitely find something that you like, and I just swear to God. And it's not like American gelatin either. It's not like jelly. It's not like, wait, not jelly. Wait, what do you, oh my God, what? Fuck, what do Americans call jelly? What do we call, is it just gelatin? What do we call it in English? I'm like, Jell-O! There we go. Jell-O. It's not like American Jell-O. It doesn't taste like American Jell-O. It's like a different kind of... There's not as much sugar. Another trademark issue? Got it. I can't with these. I can't with these. It's fine. Normally my grasp of English is like really flawless, but the instant that you start introducing German words into it, I'm just gonna like, my brain is just like, my brain just farts out of existence. Mormon Jell-O? Is Mormon Jell-O different in some way? Oh goodness. Oh, I think I got something in my eye. Let's see. I don't think I've ever had Mormon Jell-O. I have had... I was like, I have had dinner at my Mormon friend's house. That's not the same. Marzipan? Marzipan is one of those things that I like didn't hear about until I went to college. What's marzipan? Oh, carrots and veggies to the Jell-O. Oh, how very 1950s of them. You know, we used to put anything in Jell-O. Like, Jell-O was new, so people just put fucking anything. They were like, put it all into Jell-O. Put meatloaf in this Jell-O. They used to do that. I'm pretty sure Ian, Brutal Moose, I'm pretty sure he made a video about that. Almond paste. Oh. That sounds probably good. Green, ooh, lime gelatin. Crushed pineapple, cottage cheese, shredded carrots, walnuts, and... That's some shit. Marzipan bread and you were disappointed? Man, I don't know. Are Kinder Eggs still banned here? Are Kinder Eggs still banned? Did anybody eat Kinder Eggs when you were younger? Or was that a German thing that, like, they were not in America? I don't know, because we got sent Kinder Eggs by my family, but not in Canada. We have them now, but they had to change the design. The Kinder Joy, but not the eggs. The Kinder Eggs, so like Kinder Eggs were like chocolate eggs, and then when you open them up on the inside, there was a little toy and usually instructions that you needed to like assemble them. And they were like, these were toys that were cooler than Happy Meal toys. They were like little toys came inside your egg oh man, they were so fucking cool. But then they got banned because somebody choked on them like a fool. But they did change they changed the design in America, like, and they changed the God, I can't stand like Kinder Eggs, like whatever the hell they became here, like they changed the flavor of them to make them, I guess, more palatable to Americans, partially because like, so like German milk tastes different and like German chocolate tastes different. We just didn't put as much sugar into shit. So they changed it when they brought them all over into America, and I couldn't eat them anymore, but my grandparents stopped sending them to us because they thought we already had them. The toys aren't as cool anymore. You are correct. Oh, a Kinder toy. Now they're just a thing. Yeah. Oh. I don't even know if they're the same in America. I just remember like all of the Kinder products. It's fine. I'm going on a memory trip all by myself. I miss Germany. That's all it is. All that's happening here is that I'm missing Germany. I haven't been back to Germany in since my grandparents died, so sometime I gotta get on that. It is based in milk and flour being adulterated, like putting plaster in milk to make a bigger batch. Wait, really? Really? Fish flavored chocolate is bad. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I can't. Oh, America. We're such a mess. Oh, America, I say affectionately. Oh, America. All right. Well then, I think that I'm gonna start butyric acid. Is that what gives it that weird kind of like almost like kind of like because like the other chocolate that I've had is always like creamier and smoother and it tastes like kind of more mellow, and like American chocolate tastes like almost there's like a sour kick in it, kind of like it almost tastes like the milk has gone a little bit sour. Is that what that is? Got it. Got it. Man, why do we gotta make our chocolate so awful? Why? Is it saving money? Is that what it is? So it became standard. Great. Good. 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 We can't just have nice things. We can't just have nice things in America. And more sugar/corn? Well, we can't have less sugar/corn. We need a lot of it. Ghirardelli. Ghirardelli's not that bad. But then again, I only eat like the 95% dark chocolate Ghirardelli, so like, and I can't eat it anymore because it glutens me. So who knows? Who knows if it's still any good? I don't know. It has to do with the cows? Interesting. Yeah, I like dark chocolate a lot more. It did! Man, listen, it's impossible. It's so hard to find chocolate that wasn't made in a facility that also processed sweet. And if it was made in a facility that, if anything is made in a facility where they also process something with wheat, I get sick from it. And so much chocolate. So much chocolate. It's fine, but it's not fine. I don't have much chocolate anymore. You may also good chocolate. You should check on this when you can. They probably do. If they have any product that has like a wafer in it or anything like that, then they probably do process it around wheat. They just like keep it all in the same facility because it's easier. But then like me, if there is a single speck of an gluten on a plate and I lick that part of the plate, I'm down for a month. So my dang fragile cat. Operation Find Non-Gluten, Non-Butyric Acid Chocolate. Go! Comes from the milk fats in the chocolate in a process called lipolysis. Lipolysis? The fatty acids in the milk decompose, resulting in a rancid or goaty taste. Hershey's purposefully puts their chocolate through controlled lipolysis, giving it that unique flavor. So they do. They make part of it rot. They make part of it rot, and then they're like, that's our signature flavor. I mean, I'm down to check. They'll have it on their packaging. They'll have it on their package because, like, you have to. Thank God, you have to put it in fine print now. If it in a lot of places, if it was made in a facility, not the facility that processes other allergens. And like you know the new label laws that they have, where they list the label and then they beneath it they say includes with a colon, and then it says like soy, dairy, wheat. Thank whoever passed that law. Thank you for passing that law. That's made things so much easier. Thanks! I'd be glad to try it. I'd be glad to try it. European chocolate tastes weird to you? It is a little bit weird. The milk is different. Like just milk tastes different there. Give me a truckload of honey mamas! Give me give me whatever dark chocolate ones they have. You've had that for years? Your butter is too hard? What does that mean? How do you have butter that's too hard? Are you guys okay? Oh, the labeling. Oh, they left it in the fridge too. Oh, so that's probably got to do with COVID. Not enough people buying butter. It's not melting at room. I didn't even know that that was a thing that it could not do. Yeah, the law is definitely inconsistent, Metal Corpse. It's like great when it's there, but also I never trust anything. I always read everything 4 times. Whenever like, it's gotten to the point now that like, Zek, like I said, Zek does the grocery shopping because I, you know, stay in because of the risks. So whenever Zek buys a new kind of bread and I bite the bread, I will like stop and spit it out until I can go and check the packaging and ensure that it is gluten-free bread. Like, I know Zek is buying gluten-free bread, but I just don't trust anything. And if there's a new food that I'm eating, I like will not eat it unless I know for sure. And I have read the ingredient label because there's been too many close calls. I haven't been, never mind. I'm not gonna talk about the last time that I've been glutened. I don't need to knock on wood. Even at room temperature, it's not. They're adding something to the cow feed to get higher milk fat content. That's a great thing that you have had. It makes life so much easier. All right, it's been quite a while since I started streaming. So I'm probably gonna start winding down the stream here. Would you guys like to share one good thing that happened to you today or one good thing you're looking forward to tomorrow? It's been 67 years ago today. I wish. I'm pretty sure the last time I was gluten was from the grinding coffee. That definitely had gluten in it, even though they could not tell me for sure whether it did or not. Pretty sure that was the last time, yeah. Oh, I'm trusted by animals. My good thing for the day is that this was a really, really fun stream. And like, I'm really happy about that. I'm feeling really jazzed. 500 words today. You shouldn't delete because it's progress. It's still a good thing. You definitely shouldn't delete. Remember that a lot of the times it doesn't matter how you feel about the writing after you've written it. A lot of times it can be really good. You're just not in the right mental space. So give it some time and return to it after and see how you feel about it then. Because sometimes I really feel like I have done a really terrible job, and I haven't in the end. Starting a new project at work that you're pumped about, and as a bonus they're gonna, ooh, free fancy drinks? What the hell? That's a great project. I want free fancy drinks. A banana cream pie? That sounds good. I don't think I've ever had a banana cream pie. So I hope someday I will be able to try that. You got that. You got that. And you were responsible and you got a COVID test done. Oh, I hope the results are favorable for you. Head out later this week to your house and spend time there for the first time in 6 months. I was wondering. I hope that you enjoy staying at your own place, Chip. Oh, yeah, the new Among Us map. Oh, that sounds like fun. You talked to the doctor today, so you might be getting hormone therapy and vocal coaching. I hope so. That's awesome. The labels on cigarettes. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. But whenever I hear that song, I just think of the Digimon movie. For me, I think of the Digimon movie. Today you're gonna eat some dumplings. Tomorrow's a light work day with Bollywood. I'm really excited to see what the heck a Bollywood Pride and Prejudice is gonna look like. I'm very excited about that. I'm excited. You're taking a shower after this stream. Have a really relaxing one. Let it cascade down your muscles and loosen them all up. New stuff for your D&D campaign. That's great. God, it can be a lifesaver when you find stuff for that. The results should be in when you wake. Perfect. I hope that you are clean. Like you're free. You're good to go. You got a promotion/rate increase at work. But now your title is officially updated. Good. They better officially update your title to accommodate the work that you're doing because you deserve to have it reflected in the title that you have. I'm just saying. Good job. Looking forward to spending some time with family. Ooh, and you played the Arcade Spirits 2, the new Challengers demo. Mysterio, thank you for reminding me. Everyone, today is the day that the Arcade Spirits 2, the new Challenger demo came out. So if you watched me play it and you enjoyed it, please go check it out and grab it for yourself. Please, please, please do. Got it, Chip, got it. You can schedule yourself for a COVID shot now. God, I'm jealous. Good, go for it, go for it. You accomplished a lot of work stuff, so it was at least productive. That's really relatable when you're like, it's dark inside, but I got my work done. Like, that's very relatable. I'm glad that at least there's something that you can be proud of yourself for, because it can be really hard to work on bad mental health days. Smash Mouth only exists in Digimon. My good thing is getting 50 pages read, and you're beating me. I'm about to finish my like 3rd book this year, so I'm catching up. It's probably going to be very dramatic. It looks pretty accurate. I'm so curious. Time to start Final Fantasy 12 for an hour. All right, goodbye, Roni. With Rhapsody and Domino, I'm going after Jinx. It was incredible. I'm very excited. All right, let's swap over to IRL for a second as I'm gonna put on some music for you guys, and we're gonna look for somebody to raid here. Boop. So let's look for who we're gonna pass the good vibes on to. Now remember, here at the Cheratomo Parade, our desire is to spread joy and happiness to others, because there is just simply not enough of that right now out in the world. There is not enough positivity in people. Ooh, okay. All right, I know who we're rating. I know who we are rating. You got yourself some new dolls and plush toys. Oh, to treat yourself. Thank you for treating yourself. Like, I think it's so important to do that, and people treating themselves reminds me to treat myself too. Is it you? It's not you. Oh, hi, Damasan. I'm sorry we're about to bounce out. I'm sorry, Damasan, but thank you for coming. And again, everybody, these are my socials. That's where you can catch me if you want to keep up with me. I also stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays at 3 p.m. PT, and we're probably going to be playing more Pioneers of Olive Town next time too. So come on down for that party. I'm gonna need you guys to get your chair dances ready and get your most positive emotes ready. We're gonna be rating Pumpkin Days. Her pronouns are she, her, and she is currently playing Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town as well. Now, she is a dev who's been working on the game Pumpkin Days. She is a black game dev, and she, like, the game is incredible. So I feel like we gotta go in there and we gotta boost her mood. We gotta boost her up. So go in there, get your cheer dances ready, get your positive emotes ready. We're going, okay? Yes, get ready to stand. It's a good time. Okay, thank you guys so much for coming. I will see you guys again very soon on Thursday. Goodbye. Rating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye, thank you.